Chapter 483. Big Brother Hey. How long is Master going to stay in seclusion? Bloodhand asked in a flattering manner, consciously treating the other party as his master. Over the past few days, Bloodhand had been living in fear, fearing that he would be annihilated. Who asked others to annihilate him with a flick of their fingers? Since he couldn't resist, he could only submit. Go and do your thing. How can you ask about the master's business? Obsidian snorted. If you anger me, I will kill you first. Bloodhand had been snubbed, but he still wore a smile on his face, not daring to hold a grudge. While the two of them were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. Obsidian moved and disappeared. He's out. Bloodhand couldn't help but shudder before swiftly vanishing on the spot. At the door of the closed-door house, Obsidian and Bloodhand stood respectfully at the entrance. Congratulations, Master, for achieving great success. Bloodhand was the first to flatter Yishiwen, but he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. Oh my God, where did this guy come from? He has such a terrifying aura. I'm at the peak of early Saint Realm, so how did he become so powerful in just a few days? Bloodhand was shocked, and the expression on his face became even more respectful. He could not afford to offend such an expert. Fortunately, he did not resist back then. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Obsidian, the heavenly demon king, had long been accustomed to the abnormality of his master. If it was earlier, Obsidian might still be arrogant, but now he had no arrogance at all. He admitted that he was not the opponent, even if he fought now. Master, you become a sage? Lin Fei came out of seclusion. After the killing sword's grade increased, and he refined the remaining Zhun Yuan crystals, Lin Fei's strength returned to its peak. Not yet, but I'm almost there. Lin Fei was not a saint at the moment, but his combat power had increased by a large margin. After a series of inquiries, Lin Fei found out about the situation in Sin Paradise while he had been in seclusion. Many people from Sin Paradise had been searching for him, and they had not given up. It seemed like they had their eyes on the treasures on him. Right now, Lin Fei didn't care. Xiao Chun had reached great perfection in the Azure Dragon body tempering and activated his Azure Dragon bloodline. He could roam the world. Take me to the biggest auction house in Sin Paradise. I want to sell something. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take revenge. He planned to first sell off a series of stolen goods, and then try his luck to see if he could find some good things. The most lively place in Sin Paradise was none other than the central area. The central region was better than the other four regions. Sin Paradise's top-notch forces were gathered here. Sin Paradise's top-notch experts were gathered here. With money, one could obtain the best treasures here. This was the biggest difference between the elite area and the normal area. Master, this is the central region. The strongest powers are all here. As long as you have the money, you can buy any treasure. Bloodhand introduced as he led the way. Master, there are many masters here, and there are many who are stronger than me. Obsidian also looked solemn. Although the heavenly demon king was not afraid of anything, he still couldn't help but feel a huge pressure in this kind of place where experts gathered. Lin Fei was here to take things, not to cause trouble. With his powerful divine sense, he could sense the powerful auras in the central region. Mystic venerables of the mystic sects were everywhere, while sages were as common as cabbages. The entire central region was filled with them. Treasure Tower. 3 large words with a supreme aura appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The work of a divine immortal. Lin Fei recognized the origin of these 3 words at a glance. They contain the supreme aura of a divine immortal. I like to see what kind of good things this treasure tower has. Lin Fei was worried that there was no place to sell the goods in his hands. A place that dared to call itself Treasure Tower would not dare to open a shop here if it did not have some power. Young master, how may I be of service? Lin Fei brought people in, and a young girl with mystique venerable rank strength immediately greeted him with a smile. Good heavens, even the attendants were mystique venerable rank. Lin Fei knew that mystique venerable rank strength was respected in small and medium-sized empires. But in a place like Sin Paradise, mystique venerable rank strength was just an attendant. I heard that you accept things here. I have a lot of trinkets to sell. The young girl made a pleased gesture and smiled sweetly. This way, please, young master. We accept anything at Treasure Tower. You can rest assured that we will satisfy you. This is a small space, right? The young girl led Lin Fei into a small space. Yes, Treasure Tower will arrange for anyone to be placed in a small space to keep the client's information confidential. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This Treasure Tower was very wealthy and generous. These small spaces required great power to create, and the person who did it had to be a top itinerant immortal or a divine immortal. This is for you. Lin Fei was in a good mood, and he gave her a real treasure right off the bat. Thank you, young master. The young girl was surprised. Young master, what do you want to sell? In the small space, there was a middle-aged man. He was not strong, but his eyes were very spirited, as if they could see through everything. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a large number of real treasures fell down. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were piled up like a mountain. The middle-aged man was secretly shocked. This guy was very generous. All the real treasures he saw were real treasures. How many people had he killed? The people of Treasure Tower were not ordinary, and they returned to normal in a moment. Young master, please wait a moment. We will count them for you right away. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and someone immediately came in and began to count the real treasures, and someone served fragrant tea. Blood Hand, who had been following, was already dumbfounded, and he almost drooled. Immediately, cold sweat broke out on his back. How many people had he killed? Terrifying, too terrifying. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the counting was over. Do you accept these armors? Yes. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and there was another large pile of armors, among which there was no lack of fifth-grade armors. The middle-aged man was shocked again. It was not easy to come here, so Lin Fei naturally wanted to sell the spoils of war. He did not know when he would come here again, so if he encountered them, he would just sell them in one go. Lin Fei himself was also surprised. When did he have so many spoils of war? Fortunately, it was the system space, otherwise there would be a lot of them. Young master, we have counted 321 low-grade real treasures and 153 mid-grade real treasures. The middle-aged man reported the number, a total of 562 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei estimated in his heart, and the number was similar to his own. It was impossible to sell them at the normal price. Immediately, someone brought up the true essence crystals. Lin Fei put them away directly. I wonder if this young master is interested in participating in the monthly auction of Treasure Tower tonight. The middle-aged man spoke again. This time, it was an invitation. Chapter 484. Lin Fei didn't refuse. Didn't he come for the auction? Similarly, Lin Fei also knew that if he didn't sell a large amount of spoils of war in one go, the Treasure Tower probably wouldn't have invited him. The Treasure Tower's auction wasn't a place anyone could go. Immediately, someone sent an invitation to the auction. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile and left with them. He would come back at night to participate in the auction and find out what good things were going to be auctioned in the Treasure Tower's auction. As soon as Lin Fei left, the middle-aged man left the small space. Lord, the person we're looking for should have appeared. The middle-aged man appeared in a small space and stood respectfully behind a gray-clothed old man. Are you sure? The gray-clothed old man turned his head with a calm gaze. This is the appearance of that person. Even though he has disguised himself, I can still recognize him. The middle-aged man turned his hand and opened a light screen, showing the scene of the transaction. Lin Fei probably didn't know that he was wearing the myriad changes, but he was still guessed. This kid has some ability. No wonder we can't find him. The gray-clothed old man said indifferently, the Flying Dragon Dynasty has lost face this time. It said that the extremely precious treasure map in the treasury has been stolen. Could it be that the treasure map of the secret heaven's secret treasury is with this person? The middle-aged man revealed a fierce look. Should I bring people to capture that kid? Don't worry, don't worry. The gray-clothed old man said with a smile, when tonight's auction is over, go and invite him here. Remember to be polite. Just like the Night Empress. The Treasure Tower's auction began with a bang. Just as Lin Fei had found out, the Treasure Pavilion's auction was the most lively once every month. Normally, there would be a small auction every 7 days, and there would be a large auction every month. Every time, there would be a final treasure for sale. There was nothing that the Treasure Tower didn't dare to auction. There were only things that you couldn't imagine or even dare to think about. In Sin Paradise, the Treasure Tower dared to claim to be number one, and no one dared to oppose it. As soon as Lin Fei arrived at the Treasure Tower, he was immediately invited to the auction house's private room, and a young girl brought fragrant tea and fruits. I didn't think that the rumors outside were true. Just these fragrant fruits and tea are worth hundreds of thousands of true essence crystals. They are of great benefit to increasing one's strength. Although Crimson Hand had the strength of a sage, it was his first time entering the Treasure Tower's auction box. After all, Sin Paradise was a place where mystic venerables were as common as cabbages and sages were everywhere. Blood Rogue strength was really nothing. If he had not followed Lin Fei, he might not have had the chance to enter this place in this lifetime. The fruits that were served were not bad, but Lin Fei did not care too much about them. For such a huge faction, a few 100,000 worth of fruits and fragrant tea was just a drop in the ocean. It was really nothing. Very soon, the auction began in anticipation. The Treasure Pavilion's auction house was completely filled with private rooms, and all of them had status and identity. A skinny middle-aged auctioneer walked up. His aura wasn't strong, but faced with the formless gazes of the people in the private rooms, he didn't change at all. He cleared his throat. Everyone, welcome to tonight's Ji Bao Pavilion's auction. According to the old rules, the first auction will officially begin. The auctioneer clapped his hands, and someone immediately brought up the first auction item. 3 scantily clad girls were chased after by someone. The only difference between these girls was that they had pointy ears, which were very sexy. I think everyone knows what a top-notch cat girl represents. The starting price is 5 million true essence crystals. Someone immediately called out a price. 5.5 million, 6 million. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the private room, was also stunned. Girls? Cat girl. This was quite interesting. This is a type of top-notch beauty of the demon race. They're naturally good at serving men. Crimson Hand took the initiative to introduce. The strength of the demon race. Lin Fei already knew when he was in the Divine Sword sect. In the huge Xintian continent, the demon race played a decisive role, especially those powerful demon emperors, which made people's faces change color at the mention of them. The Treasure Pavilion auctioned off the demon race girls. This was not an ordinary kind of courage. Ordinary factions did not dare to touch them, as a careless mistake would result in the extinction of their entire clan. In the Xintian continent, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Soon, the 3 demon race girls were bought by 30 million true essence crystals, and the grand auction began. This opening also shocked Lin Fei. There were indeed many rich people in this Sin Paradise, buying the 3 girls without even blinking. Lin Fei finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. As the first auction ended, all kinds of elixirs, medicinal ingredients, and battle armors appeared one after another. It had to be said that the Treasure Pavilion was very powerful, especially some forbidden medicines, which could be obtained in the auction house. This rookie, Lin Fei, could be considered to have seen it for himself. Elixirs. Lin Fei had no use for them. Medicinal ingredients, for the time being, were useless. Battle armors, no matter how good the battle armors were, could not compare to the Azure Dragon battle armor, which was famous. Lin Fei had no use, but it did not mean that others were useless. The price was high, and compared to these people, Lin Fei, who was not poor, felt that he was a landlord. Now, the auction item is a heavenly demon divine pill refined from a heavenly demon god. After taking it, one will be able to resist the attacks of the heart demons of the heavenly tribulation. The starting price is 30 million true essence crystals. Another elixir. This elixir did not have as big of a reaction as expected. There were only a few people who made a bid. A bunch of ignorant people. They have eyes but can't see. Obsidian snorted, and his eyes revealed anticipation as he stared at the heavenly demon divine pill. This elixir is useful to you? Lin Fei suddenly asked, feeling a different gaze from Obsidian. Master, can you help me buy this heavenly demon divine pill? This thing is very useful to me. Perhaps I can break through to Heavenly Demon King and become a Heavenly Demon God. Obsidian had a grave expression. Heavenly Demon God. That was the strength of a monarch. Are you sure this thing is useful to you? Lin Fei asked. It should be right. I have a 70 to 80% chance of advancing to the level of a Heavenly Demon God. There was a huge difference between a Heavenly Demon King and a Heavenly Demon God. Lin Fei would not miss out on an 80% chance. If Blackie succeeded, he would become a monarch expert. 70 million. Lin Fei did not say anything else and called out the price. After calling out the price 3 times in a row, the box door was pushed open, and the people from Treasure Tower brought up the Heavenly Demon Divine Pill. Lin Fei paid 90 million true essence crystals. Blackie, do you know why they did not bid? Didn't they say that this thing can resist inner demons during the tribulation? Lin Fei still could not understand this question. Obsidian sneered. Master, that's because you don't know. If the Heavenly Demon Elixir is really that good, it won't just be this price. Who said that taking it can resist the inner demons? What I'm saying is that whoever takes this thing will definitely be possessed by the inner demons. Don't even think about stopping the invasion of the inner demons. Don't forget that we heavenly demons are born with powerful inner demons. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So, the Heavenly Demon Divine Pill is a misrepresentation. It is a misrepresentation, so they dare not buy it. Not to mention, this is at the level of a heavenly demon god. For us heavenly demons, the Heavenly Demon Divine Pill is the best tonic. Only we can absorb the essence inside. Lin Fei threw the Heavenly Demon Divine Pill to Obsidian. When are you going into seclusion? I will take you in. Bloodhand, who was at the side, was very jealous. 90 million true essence crystals was just to buy a pill. With such a master, he was very willing to be a subordinate. Thank you, master. 90 million true essence crystals were spent just like that. If he could get an emperor-level expert, Lin Fei would be more willing than anyone else. Money? It was not easy to get an emperor-level expert after using it. Time passed by minute. I think everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. Now, let us present the final treasure of tonight, the immortal artifact, Mountain River Bright Moon painting from the heavenly realm. For a moment, all the boxes were not calm. Lin Fei was also shocked. There is an immortal artifact auction here. Above the profound sky spiritual treasure was the immortal artifact. In terms of power, it was not something a profound sky spiritual treasure could compare with. Immortal artifacts contain the power of a mortal spirit. Even a low-grade immortal artifact was better than a profound sky spiritual treasure. Obviously, its value is very obvious. Master, the treasure tower is rumored to be in contact with the immortals of the heavenly realm. This is not the first time they auction an immortal artifact. Bloodhand, who realized that he needed to use force, explained the situation in a few words. Heavenly realm, immortals? This treasure tower's background is quite big. They can even have a relationship with the immortals of the heaven realm. Whether it was true or not, no one dared to touch the tiger's whiskers of the treasure tower. Unless they wanted to die, they had to be obedient. At this time, Obsidian also said, Bloodhand is right. On the Xintian continent, many forces have communication with the heaven realm. It is not strange for some immortal artifacts to appear. If the heaven realm is willing, they can even send down the clone of an immortal to chase and kill the enemy. Otherwise, why are those old forces still standing tall? My God, the clone of an immortal? So awesome. This immortal artifact was quickly bought at an astonishing price. Lin Fei didn't buy anything during the auction, but it broadened his horizons. The auction of the Treasure Pavilion was the true grand auction, and every single thing was something that experts yearn for even in their dreams. The final treasure at the end was an immortal artifact. Even though it wasn't an offensive immortal artifact, its might couldn't be underestimated. At the same time, Lin Fei also heard some secrets about the great forces. At the very least, Lin Fei wouldn't be reckless and do something stupid. At the very least, he would be prepared in his heart. When Lin Fei came out of the private room, he was stopped by someone. "Young master, please wait a moment. My master wants to see you." Lin Fei couldn't help but be cautious. Could it be that they have guessed something? "Who is your master?" "The master of the treasure tower." Lin Fei was shocked. "What does the master of the treasure tower want to see me for?" "Master, be careful of a trap. Obsidian transmitted with his divine sense. Since they came looking for me, I have no choice but to go. However, if they want to deal with me, I will make them suffer," Lin Fei said. Now that his strength had improved greatly, just his defensive power was enough to make them suffer. Unless it was a loose immortal, they would regret it. "Lead the way," Lin Fei said readily. Chapter 485. Even after hypnotizing over 1,000 experts from the army, Lin Fei's divine sense remained strong. The divine sense of a heavenly immortal had long since reached a whole new level. It was not something that the divine sense of a heavenly immortal could compare with. More importantly, the 3,000 immortal arts, spirit entrustment, was an immortal art. When one's divine sense reached the heavenly immortal level, its nature was different. When Lin Fei executed spirit entrustment, it truly reached the might of an immortal art. Why didn't he hypnotize the members of the Mu clan? Lin Fei felt that he would be letting them off too easily. Being surrounded and attacked by his own subordinates, being restricted in every way, not daring to fight back. What could be more satisfying than this? Only a fool would hypnotize the members of the Mu clan. The joy was built upon the pain of others. "Lin Fei, you are too despicable." The members of the Mu clan were injured after just a moment of being hypnotized. Their bloodshot eyes looked like they were about to spurt out blood. They cursed Lin Fei more than 100 times over. Against their own subordinates, they could neither kill them nor suppress them. They could not think of anything more painful than this. Lin Fei hypnotized them, causing the minds of these subordinates, who were normally very strong, to go blank, allowing them to unleash their full strength. "I learned this from you," Lin Fei said indifferently. "You dare to use the crime of being an outsider spy to frame me. Can't I return the favor? You'd better enjoy this kind of treatment. It's not something that anyone can enjoy." The people below had never seen such a domineering person before. Lin Fei didn't even need to make a move, but the other party was already flustered, acting like a clown. How many people could do such a thing? The hypnotists in the army, facing Lin Fei's domineering manner, all lowered their heads in unison. This was true hypnosis. What could their hypnosis count for? It could be said that it counted for nothing. Normally, they were proud of it, but even they felt ashamed. "Sorrow, let me help you." Mu Clan's Lai and Mu Clan's Jia Ming received the notice and rushed over. Seeing that Sorrow was surrounded, they hurriedly went up to help. "Leave quickly, don't come over," Mu Clan's Sorrow shouted. Lin Fei's hypnosis was too terrifying. They were just his subordinates. They couldn't be hypnotized. Lin Fei knew the moment they appeared. They were also disciples of the Mu clan and had a certain amount of power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought a group of subordinates with them. Lin Fei hypnotized them all, repeating the scene of Mu Clan Sorrow. The Mu Clan's disciples all had high statuses, but at this moment, they were all played by Lin Fei alone. "Mu Clan's coward, you didn't expect this, did you?" Lin Fei retracted his gaze and looked at the Mu Clan's hero. "You are so ruthless." The Mu Clan's hero really wanted to help, but Lin Fei was like a ticking time bomb. He didn't dare to act rashly. "What do you want me to do to make you stop? Don't force me to make a move." Lin Fei didn't care. "You only have the strength of an emperor. I didn't ask you not to make a move. If I can hypnotize them, I can hypnotize you too. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if I, Lin Fei, can do it." The Mu Clan's hero hesitated. He had never thought that a person could force him to the point where he didn't dare to do anything. Over 1,000 people below had been hypnotized, constantly provoking the Mu Clan's hero. He knew that he had lost all face today and had become the laughingstock of the Blackstone Citadel. Lin Fei wanted to constantly force the Mu clan's hero to do something. When dealing with someone, it wasn't best to kill them with a single strike. Instead, it was best to constantly attack them and destroy their spirit. But how many people could do this? It could be said that there were very few people who could do this. Lin Fei had done it. The Mu clan's hero was about to collapse. "Kneel down and apologize." Lin Fei laughed. "Kneel down and I can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened." The Mu clan's hero was enraged. "Dream on. Don't even think about it." Lin Fei shook his head. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Then I will do it myself." He took a step forwards, and his divine sense crushed out. The Mu clan's hero was already prepared for this. As soon as his divine sense surged out, his vision darkened. He realized that things weren't looking good. A giant hand pressed down from the sky, and a towering mountain pressed down on his body. Bang! With a plop, the Mu clan's hero fell to his knees on the hard stone floor. The ground around him instantly caved in. "I will kill you." The Mu clan's hero's face was savage. He struggled with all his might, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Lin Fei's motionless king had suppressed the Mu clan's hero, leaving him unable to resist at all. The entire camp was in an uproar after he had suppressed the Mu clan's hero with a single move. Everyone had looks of rage on their faces. Facing the valiant Lin Fei, none of them dared to make a move. The people outside were completely silent. To suppress the Mu clan's hero with a single move was something they couldn't accomplish. He was too strong. "Kill me? You should think about yourself first." Lin Fei pressed down. "The Mu clan's hero was in extreme pain. Tell everyone what you did to me, and I will let you go." Lin Fei wanted the Mu clan's hero to personally admit it. "Don't even think about it." The Mu clan hero gritted his teeth and persevered. Since when did the evil monarch's subordinates dare to make a move against the people of our Blackstone fortress?" In the sky, a huge black war boot stomped down towards Lin Fei. It was obvious that it wanted to stomp Lin Fei down. Finally, someone can't stand it anymore. Lin Fei turned his hand and punched out. The fist intent filled the sky and landed on the black war boot. The huge war boot projection shattered like a piece of glass. The Mu clan's hero below was overjoyed. "Lin Fei, you are finished. I didn't expect you to provoke one of the 8 generals under Commander Blackstone, Commander Thunder." A middle-aged man in silver light armor appeared in the sky. Lightning revolved around him, and he was filled with a ruthless aura. This person was one of the 8 generals' Thunder Army. "Wake up!" A deafening voice quickly exploded in everyone's heart. The hypnotized army experts also woke up one by one with ugly expressions. Lin Fei did not stop him and single-handedly suppressed the Mu clan's hero. What a powerful thunder power. This person is clearly an itinerant immortal, and a First Tribulation itinerant immortal at that. He had hypnotized them. An emperor's strength was unable to wake them up. Only an itinerant immortal could. Itinerant immortals who cultivated thunder power were naturally easier to wake up than ordinary people. Commander Thunder is here. It seems that this kid can't be arrogant anymore. That kid's hypnotic power is very domineering, but he might not be able to use it against Commander Thunder. Thunder power is the easiest to resist mind hypnosis. When Thunder Army, one of the 8 generals under Blackstone, appeared, everyone seemed to think that the situation was one-sided. As for Lin Fei blocking Commander Thunder's kick, they all ignored it. In the crowd, someone saw this scene and could not help but frown. The situation was not good. Even Commander Thunder Army had appeared. Chapter 486. "We're here. Master's inside." The middle-aged man brought Lin Fei to the front of the room and made an inviting gesture, as if testing Lin Fei to go in. Who was Lin Fei? His strength had improved by leaps and bounds recently. How could he be scared by a sentence? He pushed the door with both hands. A space. The treasure tower was a profound sky spiritual treasure of the space attribute. It could transform into millions of small spaces. Everyone knew about it. Lin Fei stepped in and found himself in a space. The space was decorated luxuriously and exuded a lofty aura. Lin Fei saw a gray-clothed old man standing not far from him and thought, the boss behind the scenes of the treasure tower? The master that the housekeeper mentioned? You want to see me? Lin Fei spoke first. That's right. The gray-clothed old man turned around. You're bolder than I thought. With a turn and a sentence, a great pressure assaulted him. It was clearly a super expert whose strength had advanced to the level of a loose immortal. Every word and action carried boundless pressure. Ha! Lin Fei laughed loudly. His invincible sword intent met the enemy. The pressure was torn apart, and his body became a vacuum. If I wasn't brave, I wouldn't have stepped into the treasure tower. What do you want? Let's get straight to the point. There was no doubt that the treasure tower was powerful. Lin Fei knew that the other party wouldn't simply want to see him. In other words, it should be related to the Flying Dragon Dynasty's matter. With the great improvement in strength, Lin Fei's brain was also developed. With a thought, he could see everything clearly. The gray-clothed old man flashed a strange look. You've got guts. Since you've spoken, I'll get straight to the point. The treasure tower wants to buy the treasure map of the Secret Heaven's Secrets Treasury in your hands. You can choose one mid-grade immortal artifact. Secret Heaven's Secrets Treasury? Choose one mid-grade immortal artifact? Lin Fei suspected that he had heard wrong. There was such a good thing, but he didn't have the treasure map at all. Could it be that the demon girl's target was the treasure map of the Secret Heaven's Secrets Treasury? That must be the case. I don't know how the treasure tower found out that the Flying Dragon Dynasty's treasure was lost, but I just happened to appear in Sin Paradise. F***CK, I've been shot while lying down. Hee, a middle-grade immortal artifact? Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei shook his head, showing his dissatisfaction. Young man, your strength is not bad, but you should know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime. The gray-clothed old man said indifferently. One for defense and one for offense. 2 mid-grade immortal artifacts. This is the highest price the treasure pavilion can offer. Lin Fei secretly clicked his tongue. The treasure tower is rich. 2 middle-grade celestial artifacts. 1 for defense and 1 for offense. If this was any other time, Lin Fei would be drooling. But now, he could only watch helplessly, not daring to show any signs of guilt. If he did, the other party wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson and suppressing him. Do you think that the Heavenly Secret Vault is only worth 2 middle-grade immortal equipment? Lin Fei was neither hurried nor slow. I went in and gained more than 2 middle-grade immortal artifacts. Your conditions, What he meant was that he was not interested in them. Then this old man has been presumptuous. The gray-robed old man's face was expressionless. The conversation between the two ended indifferently. Master, are we going to let that kid go just like that? After Lin Fei left, the middle-aged butler walked in. This old man can't see through this young man. The gray-robed old man said indifferently. Since he came in, he seemed to be lazy, but he was actually very vigilant. Even if I personally made a move, I might not be able to suppress him immediately. It's not worth it. The middle-aged man was shocked. When had he ever heard such a comment about a young man? It was almost non-existent. If this news spread out, those geniuses would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. Arrange for someone to spread the news that the other party has the treasure map of the Heavenly Secret Vault. There's no need for us to make a move. The other party will come to us. As soon as the treasure tower came out, Lin Fei left with bloody hand and obsidian. He seemed to have been involved in another whirlpool. It seemed to be related to a great treasure, and he might become a big fat sheep in everyone's eyes. After sending Bloody Hand away, Lin Fei didn't continue to stay in Sin Paradise. He flew out of Sin Paradise while no one was paying attention. Sin Paradise could be entered and left without any restrictions. Damn it, it seems like this old man is going to be the scapegoat. Lin Fei's movement technique was extremely fast. He first left Sin Paradise's territory. He was very resentful about being made a scapegoat, and his thoughts were not clear. What is the treasure tower planning? They didn't make a move with their itinerant immortal strength. If they really made a move, it would be a troublesome matter. Could it be that the treasure tower wants to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight? After letting his imagination run wild, Lin Fei couldn't come to a conclusion. Huh, someone wants to deal with me? In the outer area of Sin Paradise, Lin Fei's mind moved, and his divine sense detected a few tyrannical auras approaching. After his strength increased, the range of his divine sense expanded. The treasure tower's trump card? A few breaths later, the 8 of them surrounded Zhang Xian. Their oppressive might swept across the area like an inescapable net. That's right, it's this kid. Kill him. The treasure map of the heavenly secret vault is with him. The Flying Dragon Dynasty's treasury was robbed, and this kid is one of the partners. Kill this kid, and we can get the treasure map. The sound rumbled, echoing in the area of 10,000 miles. In the outer area of Sin Paradise, hunters were wandering, hunting outsiders. What? The secret vault of Heavenly Secret Vault. How could this be? How could the treasure map appear here? The treasure map of the secret vault of Heavenly Secret Vault is mine. Don't fight with me. The hunters were happy to see the prey, and they didn't care whether it was real or fake. Like sharks smelling blood, they rushed in the direction of the treasure map. In the outer area of the huge Sin Paradise, there were as many hunters as there were clouds. Such news made everyone excited. Lin Fei thought to himself, "Oh no, they want to kill me." The treasure tower? The Flying Dragon Dynasty? Instantly, a suspect appeared in his mind. With a sweep of his divine sense, countless auras swarmed over. Wings of wind. Lin Fei didn't make a move. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't arrived yet, he quickly rushed out of the encirclement, causing their attacks to miss. With his strength, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Chase. Don't let him escape. We must kill that guy. Whoever gets the treasure map of the secret vault of Heavenly Secret Vault will have a meteoric rise in the future, and their name will spread across the continent. In less than an hour, the whole Sin Paradise, big and small forces, all knew that the secret vault of Heavenly Secret Vault had appeared in the hands of a young man. Therefore, all the forces sent out experts to chase after Lin Fei and get the treasure map. Damn, why are there still so many people? Luckily, I am not an ordinary person. Lin Fei could still sense many tyrannical auras in his divine sense, chasing after him to get the treasure map. Immovable Wisdom King, immovable body. In a valley, Lin Fei landed, sat cross-legged, and used the immovable Wisdom King, instantly merging with heaven and earth, immovable like a mountain, immovable like a pine, vast and boundless. With the activation of the Green Dragon bloodline, Lin Fei faintly comprehended many divine abilities and mastered them thoroughly. Immovable Wisdom King, immovable body was one of them. Lin Fei called it the escape art. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of tyrannical auras appeared in the sky above the valley. What's going on? Why did that guy's aura disappear? Could it be that he was suppressed? No, absolutely not. Maybe he used some kind of divine ability or secret skill. Why don't we split up and chase after him? It's best not to let him escape. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we'll get another one. Below the valley, Lin Fei watched them leave. In less than an hour, the auras spread out, and they flew in different directions. Activating the bloodline has many benefits. Just this concealment, escape art alone can fool an Emperor-level expert. It's really powerful. If I use it with my killing sword art, it'll be really powerful, and I'll be able to kill whoever I want. As they couldn't see through the immovable Wisdom King, Lin Fei was in high spirits. Now that my strength has improved greatly, it's time to go to the Flying Dragon Dynasty and kill those 4 emperors. It'll be best if I go to the dynasty's treasury again to replenish the resources I've used. And then I'll go to the Saint Hall. Flying Dragon Dynasty. Recently, the 4 commanders had not been having good time. Since the dynasty's treasury had been plundered, the king had been furious, and the 4 commanders have been the first to bear the brunt of it. Their positions have been greatly affected. Normally, they would be blamed for not doing their job well. However, it was different this time. The king had lost the treasure map that he had to hand over to the dynasty in exchange for the protection of the dynasty. The envoy from the Mu Empire is here. In the Empire Square, the 4 commanders and the prince waited for the arrival of the envoy. In the square, there was a giant black whirlpool. A black warship that was thousands of meters long, with the giant Mu Empire flying on the bow, landed in the sky above the square like a roaring giant beast. As soon as the warship appeared, everyone was shocked. A mysterious sky, spiritual treasure level warship. How extravagant! Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone in the square prostrated on the ground. At the bow of the black warship, an arrogant young man in white walked out, followed by his subordinates in black. "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The four commanders and the prince lowered their heads to greet the envoy. The large dynasties were awesome and amazing. In the eyes of the imperial dynasties, the large dynasties were just powerful dynasties. In the face of a giant like the imperial dynasties, the large dynasties were nothing. In the eyes of the envoy, the life and death of the large dynasties were nothing more than a word. They could do whatever they wanted in the Flying Dragon dynasty, but in front of the imperial dynasties like the Mu Empire, they were not qualified to be taken seriously. "Lord Envoy, this way, please." After the envoy in white left, everyone in the square heaved a sigh of relief. An indescribable pressure made them unable to lift their heads. Rather than saying it was a great pressure, it would be better to say that the imperial dynasties gave them too much pressure. The Flying Dragon dynasty was not weak, and it ruled over many medium-sized dynasties. The imperial dynasties only needed to send one or two teams, and it would be enough to make the Flying Dragon dynasty submit. The Mu Empire? At the same time, Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the imperial capital of the Flying Dragon dynasty. When he saw the two big words, killing intent, flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to run into the people of the Mu Empire here. The Mu Empire is so arrogant. They brought so many experts with them, and their warships are all mysterious sky, spiritual treasures. Lin Fei thought, I wonder what they are here for. Chapter 487. Lin Fei seized the opportunity. While the Mu family's envoy was here, and everyone was welcoming him, he used dark stealth and quickly sneaked into the treasury. After so many days, there were more experts in the treasury than before. However, they still couldn't stop Lin Fei from going deeper. His speed was even faster than before, especially after he activated his bloodline and mastered his divine arts. If it wasn't for that, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to get close to the treasury without being noticed by the experts from the palace. 3 Imperial Realm Masters, 1 middle stage, and 2 late stage. Not far from the treasury, Lin Fei saw the Imperial Realm Masters guarding. Their defense was obviously simpler than he had imagined. I want to sneak in, but it's impossible now. Seems like I can only rely on violence. Lin Fei thought to himself, with my fastest speed, I can totally break through their blockade and enter the dynasty's treasure vault directly. Lin Fei waited for a while and observed them. He was looking for a loophole. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally found an opportunity. Someone came to take something. One of the middle stage Imperial Realm experts was distracted. The moment the door opened, Lin Fei finally made his move. Akala, sword intent kill. Lin Fei slaughtered his way out from the void. He was like a divine specter, superior in speed, superior in domineeringness, unstoppable. That Imperial Realm Master was obviously stunned. He reacted quickly and used his true treasure to protect himself. Lin Fei's sword intent was even faster and more domineering. The sword landed on his opponent's body and turned his body into mush. In this sword, Lin Fei contained the secret of killing sword art. Using killing to kill, invincibility, Lin Fei quickly broke through the blockade and entered the treasury. Not good, someone sneaked into the treasury. The 2 late-stage Imperial Realm Masters' faces turned green. This kind of thing happened right in front of his eyes, especially the King Realm powerhouse who was left with his primordial spirit. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This kind of situation where he was instantly killed was something that he wouldn't encounter even once in a few lifetimes. Other than that, he was furious. Go and inform the 3 great commanders immediately. Lock down the treasury and forbid anyone from entering. You and I will go in and blast them out. If we don't handle this well, both of us will be in trouble. The remaining two Emperor-level powerhouses ordered immediately and charged into the dynasty's treasure vault. This feels great. After destroying his opponent's physical body with a single sword strike, Lin Fei felt extremely satisfied. He also realized how domineering this killing sword technique was. He had wanted to force his opponent back, but who would have thought that he would destroy his opponent's physical body right away? I must make a killing today. Lin Fei waved his hand, and obsidian was released. You go and search for treasures and cultivation resources too. The more, the better. Obsidian was very excited and kept nodding. I love to do this kind of thing. Master, you can rest assured that I will accept as many as you have. I won't be polite. So many Jin Yuan crystals, I'll take them. I'll take the white jade pill too. Lin Fei released obsidian to better plunder all kinds of training resources. Whoosh! A black light flashed past. After a flash of black light, the treasure with the array formation appeared in front of Lin Fei. Okay. The system space opened, and Lin Fei kept searching for the spoils of war in the treasure vault. In the grid of the space, symbols appeared one after another. Stop! A rumbling sound rolled over. Wherever the Emperor's aura passed through, many cultivation resources were crushed into powder one by one. It turned out that the two Emperor-level powerhouses caught up and saw Lin Fei plundering the cultivation resources. They were completely shocked. If this continued, the treasure vault would be empty. This was absolutely not allowed. Why should I stop? These treasures are all mine. If you have the ability, then come and catch me. If you don't have the ability, then stop talking nonsense. Lin Fei turned around and laughed. His hands didn't stop moving and collected another pile of treasures. He didn't take the two Emperor-level powerhouses seriously at all. The two Emperor-level powerhouses were furious. When had they ever been ignored by anyone? When they saw that face, they were both unhappy and cried out, "It's you." They were filled with endless resentment. It was like killing one's parents and cutting off one's path to wealth. There was no one else. The two Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't be more familiar with the face in front of them. They wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Looks like you aren't stupid. You still remember me. Lin Fei still used the same appearance as last time. He came here openly, purposely trying to anger these people to death. In reality, the two Emperor-level powerhouses were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The two Emperor-level powerhouses would never forget what happened in the treasure vault. His Majesty was furious, and countless people were killed. It was a shocking scene. Things had just calmed down, and he came out again. How could they live like this? When they thought of His Majesty's anger, they instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Then, they were filled with endless excitement. If they could catch this guy, they would definitely be praised and rewarded by His Majesty. Opportunity. This was definitely a good opportunity. This was like a glimmer of hope. Even the heavens were helping them. Catch him. After activating the Azure Dragon bloodline, Lin Fei's speed was faster than theirs, even if they were Emperor-level powerhouses. You guys are so slow. Look, I've collected a bunch of good stuff again. Since you guys have cultivated to this level, I suggest you guys kill yourselves. It's too embarrassing, too embarrassing. Lin Fei kept mocking and ridiculing them. They were furious, but they couldn't catch him. The treasures in the treasure vault were constantly decreasing. What did you say? The treasure map is gone? In the palace hall, Emperor Fei Long's expression was ugly. He laughed dryly and explained, "Lord Envoy, please calm down. The treasure map was originally placed in the treasure vault. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by the people from the demon sect." Seeing that the white shirt man's expression was not good, he said, "However, we have found some clues." Report. Emperor Fei Long was furious after being interrupted by his subordinate. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." The people from the demon sect broke into the treasure vault again, the subordinate cried. Crack! The wine cup in Emperor Fei Long's hand was crushed. The four commanders and the princes could not sit still. Their faces were filled with unconcealable shock. The disciples from the demon sect came again. These few simple words were like a huge slap to their faces, and they felt a burning pain. "You didn't come earlier or later, but you came at this moment. Aren't you embarrassing us?" especially in front of the special envoy of the Mu family. How will the special envoy of the Mu family think of the Flying Dragon Dynasty? Yi Qingtang's expression changed. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Report, the disciples from the demon sect broke into the core area of the treasure vault. Report, the disciples from the demon sect are the ones from last time. Emperor Fei Long was livid. When the last piece of news came, he finally found a straw to clutch at. Lord Envoy, this disciple from the demon sect, is the one who snatched the treasure map when no one was looking. Today, we can capture him and hand him over to Lord Envoy to deal with. Last time, when the treasure map was snatched, Emperor Fei Long had lost all his face. Today, when he received the Lord Envoy, he encountered such a thing again. His original confidence weakened a little. Someone would definitely say that the emperor of a large empire didn't have to be so polite. In fact, the treasure map that Emperor Fei Long had handed over was gone. If this wasn't handled properly, it would be a big matter. If people misunderstood that Flying Dragon Dynasty was making fun of the Mu clan empire and caused a big misunderstanding, the emperor would be the first to bear the brunt. The white-clothed envoy's eyes were cold, and his emotions didn't change. That's good. I'd like to see which demon sect is so daring. Even took a special look at Emperor Fei Long. Emperor Fei Long's expression changed. The Lord Envoy suspected that he was faking it, and secretly wanted to hide the treasure map of the secret heavenly treasury so that he could improve the empire as a whole. He wanted to make a big lie to fool this matter. Anyone who heard the news would have the same thought. They had just sought protection and handed over their treasures, only to have their treasures stolen. If that was all, perhaps it would make sense. But now that the treasury had been robbed, out of 10 people, 9 out of 10 would hold a suspicious attitude. Coincidence. Too much of a coincidence. Explanation. I have to explain. Emperor Fei Long was a noble emperor, but he couldn't curse in front of the white-clothed envoy. Resentment, endless resentment, all fell on the unknown disciple of the demonic path. The emperor wasn't angry, but he dared to step on his head and act like a tyrant. His Majesty has arrived. Emperor Fei Long and the Lord Envoy of the Empire arrived in front of the Empire's treasure vault. The former explained for himself and for the Empire, while the latter just wanted to watch the show. If the demon sect dared to keep the treasure map, he didn't mind taking care of them personally. A large empire? They were nothing. They could be destroyed with one hand. Where are they? Emperor Fei Long asked. Oh no, the demon sect disciple broke into the core of the treasure vault. Hearing that, Emperor Fei Long's eyes twitched and his heart bled. He didn't say anything and entered the Empire's treasure vault, unable to hide his murderous intent. Once the Emperor was angry, corpses would lie for millions of miles. Young Master, the Flying Dragon Geezer, doesn't seem to be faking it. In the treasure vault, a person following behind the white-clothed envoy said, "It doesn't matter if it's true or not. We have to teach the Flying Dragon Dynasty a lesson. If the Empire didn't have good intelligence, the treasure map might have fallen into the hands of outsiders, not to mention the Empire." The white-clothed envoy didn't care. The Empire needs this treasure map. Young Master is wise. Emperor Fei Long entered the treasure vault and was about to roar. Everything he saw was empty. Even if the demonic beasts came in, they would probably go out crying. There was really nothing. The outer area was most likely empty. The central area was also empty. Emperor Fei Long was stunned. Rumble. In the core area, there were continuous sounds. Ha ha! I'll take these treasures. His unbridled voice reverberated in the air. Emperor Fei Long never thought that someone could break into the treasure vault again and again. His heart was filled with all kinds of failures. Is my treasure vault really so useless? I doubt it. I really doubt it. Boom. Before Emperor Fei Long could come back to his senses, a black shadow rushed out. Dragon Fist. As the Emperor Fei Long reacted quickly. He used the Imperial clan's unique skill, the True Dragon Aura. Dragons gathered and sealed the surroundings, blocking the opponent's way. The black shadow was none other than Lin Fei, who had returned from a rewarding journey. The True Dragon Aura sealed the void, and a vast holy aura covered everything. Lin Fei didn't break in. This kind of power was extremely overbearing, and only the Emperor could use a real attack. What's your relationship with the demon girl? Chapter 488. True Dragon Aura. Is this the Emperor of the Flying Dragon Dynasty? Lin Fei blocked the opponent's attack. Apart from a member of the royal family, no one else can gather such a dense amount of true dragon aura. This much true dragon aura must have come from that emperor. By now, Lin Fei was no longer the ignorant and inexperienced newbie who knew nothing about the world. He had a deep understanding of all the divine abilities and ultimate techniques of the Xintian continent. True dragon aura was another type of training system. Emperor was called the Son of Heaven because it contained the blessing of the heavens. In the Sword God sect, Lin Fei had read many records about powerful emperors. Powerful emperors were extremely powerful. Every single one of them could become an overlord-level expert. They cultivated the true dragon aura, which ordinary people couldn't cultivate. The true dragon aura was extremely domineering. If the true dragon aura entered one's body during battle, it would be extremely troublesome. Every single move of the true dragon aura contained the true dragon aura. This was the first time that Lin Fei had seen a powerful emperor. For example, the emperor in front of him had a battle aura at the peak emperor level. The true dragon aura he released was no weaker than a first tribulation loose immortal. He was a very troublesome opponent. Talk your ass. Lin Fei used the immovable Wisdom King and entered the void, stabbing towards the emperor with his sword. Attacking first is gaining the upper hand. Emperor Flying Dragon was a mighty emperor. When had he ever been ignored by anyone? He even dared to attack him and challenge the emperor's prestige. There was no other person as domineering as him. True Dragon Aura. The golden true dragon aura roared, turning the entire area golden. The dragon aura rippled out, turning all the training resources into dust. The true dragon aura could hurt people millions of miles away. Emperor Flying Dragon's aura wasn't as powerful as the true dragon aura, but came from a first tribulation loose immortal after all. Azure Dragon Aura. Lin Fei didn't panic. He also roared. Azure Dragon Aura. Pung pung. The dragon aura was terrifying. One Azure Dragon Aura and one Golden Dragon Aura collided with each other. Instantly, a large area of resources was shattered. Haha, Dragon Might is only so. With the same Dragon Might, the two of them fought to a draw. Lin Fei laughed heartily and hacked out with his sword, breaking through the blockade and charging out. He had already gained enough. Lin Fei showed off his skills, and the Flying Dragon Emperor's face turned extremely ugly. The Sovereign King's draconic might was blocked by someone. The other party was also displaying his dragon's might. It was unimaginable and unimaginable. Could it be that he's also an expert from the imperial family? The Soaring Dragon Emperor thought to himself, No, this isn't the might of a true dragon. The aura doesn't contain the aura of a true dragon, unless the other party is a bloodline expert, especially one that leans towards the dragon race. The Flying Dragon Emperor was stunned when he thought of this. Bloodline expert, dragon race bloodline. Wasn't this clearly a scam? A scam that left him hovering between life and death. How is he going to take revenge? How is he going to bleed? Other than bloodline experts, who else could explode with unimaginable power at this level? The dragon race was an exception. If the other party really had the dragon race's bloodline, then the other party's background would be immeasurably great. He could not help but feel a headache. Dragon race bloodline expert? The white-clothed envoy also saw this scene and could not help but be puzzled. If the other party was a dragon race bloodline expert, then it would not be a good thing. Instead, it would be a bad thing. This old ghost flying dragon's cultivation of the true dragon's aura was ordinary. A true first tribulation scattered immortal might not be his match. Impossible. The white-clothed envoy was doubtful. Dragon race bloodline experts have not appeared in the continent for a long time. This fellow might not be a bloodline expert, but the dragons might just now. It seems to be genuine. The Mu Clan Empire was powerful. Among empires of the same level, they were considered powerful. However, if they were compared to the dragon race, there was a huge difference. If the secret heavens treasury's treasure map fell into the hands of the dragon race, the Mu clan empire could only watch without daring to make a move. Any giant dragon from the dragon race would be enough to make them suffer. A powerful background. Lin Fei did not know that his display of dragons might would cause so many blind thoughts. Sir, surrender yourself. The three great commanders, who were a step behind, finally caught up. They had come to take revenge. Last time, they watched as Lin Feng left. They would never forget it. It was a humiliation in their lives. Now that Lin Feng wanted to leave, how could the three great commanders agree? So. The three true treasures attacked Lin Feng at the same time. Good. I was just about to look for you. Now that you've come, I'll take care of you all at once. I'll show you how powerful I am. Lin Fei instantly disappeared. The attacks from the true treasures missed. Ever since the three great commanders returned, they had been studying. They felt that if they met again, they would go all out. They would not allow Lin Feng to resist. So, a cold light shot out in all directions. Commander Tai Xin felt that something was wrong. He felt pain in his chest. The sword pierced through his chest. Blood flowed out. Black chi covered his body. He was completely defeated. How did you do it? Tai Xin did not believe it. Killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. The killing sword moved. Tai Xion's body was shattered. Even his primordial spirit was not spared. Yu Feng and Mu Bai's faces turned pale. This was completely beyond their imagination. They could not believe that they could suppress Lin Feng last time. After not seeing him for a while, they could not even breathe. It's your turn. A cold voice attacked their souls. So. Lin Fei teleported and killed his way out of the void. In addition, the killing sword was a profound sky spiritual treasure. It was incomparably sharp. How could they block it? He killed the two great commanders one after the other. Awesome, killing feels so good. Lin Fei kept the treasures and rushed out without any fear. Killing three great rulers so easily was a blow to everyone's head. It made them wonder when the rulers had shrunk. Their combat strength was so weak. Chase. Emperor Fei Long reacted. Lin Fei came out of the treasury. There were many experts outside. Azure Dragon True Body, sweep in all directions. After a loud roar, a 3,000-meter-long green dragon appeared. Its enormous aura caused everyone to feel stifled, almost suffocating. The long whip lashed out, tearing through space and causing astral winds to blow. Bang, bang, bang. This whip was extremely domineering. Most of the experts guarding outside were chi refiners. How could they block Lin Fei's domineering attack? Dozens of experts were killed on the spot. Lin Fei did not hold back. His thousands of meters long body moved, and his dragon tail whipped. Accompanied by the sound of air braking, the experts' blockade was instantly destroyed. Even the sages could not escape this fatal attack. Everyone in the dynasty's imperial capital panicked when they saw this. The azure dragon that appeared in the sky above the imperial capital made everyone feel fear they had never felt before. Xianzong, Lord Xian, and the sages turned into blood mist in less than a round. This was a one-sided massacre, a true massacre. Who did the imperial capital offend? This revenge was too terrifying. Nine Heaven's Spear. The golden spear pierced through the void and hit Lin Fei's huge body. Lin Fei's body shook, but there was no blood. F*CK, sneak attack on me. Lin Fei was in pain. This spear was domineering. Bang, bang, bang. The thousands of meters long body turned into hundreds of meters long, and it quickly rushed into the crowd. In a group of experts, a dragon claw was enough to take a life. A dragon tail whip was enough to kill many experts. Heaven and Earth Cauldron, suppress all directions. The Emperor was furious. He used the profound heaven spiritual treasure to suppress Lin Fei. The huge suction was endless. Lin Fei's body shook, and his thousands of meters long body swayed left and right, as if he was going to break free from the profound heaven spiritual treasure. How can he block a top-tier profound heaven spiritual treasure? The Emperor was completely stunned. He could not accept this terrifying blow. I slash. The killing sword flew across the sky and slashed at the heaven and earth cauldron. Sparks flew everywhere. Ah, my profound heaven spiritual treasure. The sword left a crack on the profound heaven spiritual treasure. I slash again. Every time the killing sword attacked, it would inevitably leave behind cracks. In less than a few breaths, the heaven and earth cauldron was covered in cracks, and its power was greatly affected. Ah, my heaven and earth cauldron. The emperor was about to vomit blood. The profound heaven spiritual treasure was almost destroyed. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The killing sword was indeed different. A low-tier profound heaven spiritual treasure could actually destroy a mid-tier profound heaven spiritual treasure and leave a mark on the opponent's body. Anyone would notice such a treasure. This person is definitely not a demonic path disciple. A low-tier profound heaven spiritual treasure has such shocking power. This is too terrifying. The white-clothed envoy was shocked. It seems that besides the dragon race, few people can have such a treasure. Moreover, its defensive power is simply unexpected. His true strength is only at the emperor level. What do you do about this defense? Young master, should we make a move? Wait a little longer. The white-clothed envoy had not decided yet. Your Excellency can stop now. Facing Lin Fei's attack, the emperor lowered his head. Even a mid-tier profound heaven spiritual treasure could not suppress the other party. If he wanted to deal with the other party, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Lin Fei stopped. There was no one around him. If they were not killed, they had escaped. No one could block an attack and not die. Even an emperor expert would have to give way and not dare to make a move. You wanted to kill me just now. Could it be that I can't kill them now? What kind of logic is that? Lin Fei mocked. Or can you not afford to lose this kind of expenditure? After the Azure Dragon true body reached great perfection, Lin Fei finally understood how awesome it was. In reality, it was indeed too awesome. His strength had not improved much, but his defense had increased by more than a few thresholds. This was his greatest advantage. No one was willing to fight with such a person. The emperor could not afford to suffer losses, especially the expenditure of experts. Even a large dynasty could not afford this kind of expenditure. Even though he had guessed it, he was clearly inferior to this person. Your Excellency, don't go overboard. Overboard? Then you can make a move. I'm not afraid of expenditure. Lin Fei smiled coldly. He was sure that the other party would not dare to make a move. If you don't dare to make a move, I'm leaving. What was unbridled? What was running amok? The scene in front of them was vivid and vivid. It made everyone feel sullen. No one liked this kind of sullenness. Moreover, the Flying Dragon dynasty was a large dynasty. A dignified emperor was looked down upon by a stranger. He could not do anything to the other party. Lord Envoy, please uphold justice for me. The emperor of the Flying Dragon dynasty swallowed his anger. He could only ask for the Lord Envoy's help. For the treasure map of the secret heavenly heaven treasury, the other party would definitely make a move. He would not just sit and watch. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Are you going to make a move? Who do you think you are? You are not worthy to speak to our Lord Envoy. A middle-aged man beside the white-clothed Lord Envoy said coldly. He had an air of superiority. Another guy at great perfection emperor. Lin Fei snorted. He whipped his dragon tail from top to bottom, hitting the other party's body. With a loud rumble, a large area of the building turned into ruins. Move family. Lin Fei was already filled with anger. Since the other party dared to interrupt, he would teach the other party a lesson. I've disciplined your people for you. Lin Fei humphed. However, I'm not in a good mood now. Your small boat is not bad. Take it as an apology. The white-clothed Lord Envoy was preparing to use words to suppress the other party. However, he did not expect that the other party would not give him any face at all. He had beaten his own servant on the spot. This was already a very overboard thing. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. The Flying Dragon dynasty had taught him a lesson. That was not giving him face. Now, he was teaching his own servant a lesson. That was not giving him face. Now, he was even more overboard. He even wanted to extort the family's battleship. He was deliberately not taking him seriously. Unreasonable. You should know the consequences. Consequences? Ha, that's nothing. Lin Fei was disdainful. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Whoosh! Lin Fei pierced through space. The Azure Dragon True Body had the ability to pierce through space. Now that he used it, he was like a fish in water. His huge body coiled up and landed on the battleship, pulling it along. You're courting death. The white-clothed Lord Envoy was enraged. If the battleship was snatched away, there was no need for him to return. He could just kill himself. Golden Ring, suppress. The golden ring of light turned into a blazing sun, covering Lin Fei's body. With one look, it was clear that this was a terrifying treasure. He did not hesitate. Using his spiritual sense, the killing sword flew out and hacked at the other party's golden ring. Dang, 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 dang. What a strange, profound heaven's spiritual treasure. My golden ring is also a peak-grade true treasure, comparable to a profound heaven's spiritual treasure. Unexpectedly, there was still a gap. The white-clothed Lord Envoy felt a heartache. He quickly retrieved the true treasure to prevent its might from being greatly affected. If that happened, it would not be worth it. This battleship is not bad. Lin Fei provoked the other party again. This time, the huge battleship flew towards Lin Fei. 3,000 immortal arts, spirit, sustenance. A mysterious feeling instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Fei's movements gradually slowed down. Then, it seemed like he was losing control. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Numerous faces appeared on the enormous body, covered with scales. These faces belonged to none other than the white-robed special envoy, and their smiles were exactly the same. Before my spirit sustenance, no matter how strong your defense is, you will not be able to block it. The white-clothed Lord Envoy said, I will occupy your physical body, kill your consciousness, and refine your body into a clone for me to use. Chapter 489. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for your tips and monthly tickets. Spiritual sustenance. Lin Fei was gradually losing control of his physical body. He was being controlled by someone else, and the situation was far from reassuring. What a wicked 3,000 immortal magic. I can't let this go on. If I do, I'll become a walking corpse. I'm going to fight back. I'm going to kill him and take the 3,000 immortal magic's spiritual sustenance. The immovable Wisdom King was as immovable as a mountain. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit opened its eyes, and the immovable Wisdom King blessed its body. Ha ha! When I attach my soul to you, you will become my right-hand man. This is your honor. Ordinary people don't have this right. Mu Clan's white cloud appeared in the depths of the sea of consciousness. He smiled savagely, and faces of various sizes appeared in the depths of the sea of consciousness. These were the 3,000 celestial arts, the spiritual sustenance. After descending from the Empire, Bayun of the Mu clan came for the treasure map. In the end, he didn't get the treasure map. Instead, he encountered an expert of the Dragon clan's bloodline. After thinking it over, he decided to make a move. The 3,000 immortal arts, spiritual entrustment, was one of the ultimate techniques of the Mu clan's white cloud. By relying on this ultimate technique, he could entrust many experts to become his subordinates. In times of danger, he could sacrifice his subordinates, allowing him to survive multiple times. You're wrong. Your spiritual sustenance will never succeed. I will destroy your divine sense. The primordial spirit Lin Fei said, in order to execute this immortal technique, I think you must have consumed a large amount of spiritual perception. If your spiritual perception is destroyed, what do you think the outcome will be? How did you know? Bayun of the Mu clan blurted out, but then realized that something was wrong. I'm just guessing. This 3,000 immortal art of the Mu clan's white cloud actually required divine sense to be used. If one's divine sense was damaged, the consequences would be unthinkable. So what if you've guessed it? Mu clan's white cloud immediately regained his composure. In front of me, you have no chance to resist. Offer up your nascent soul, and let me entrust it to you. In his mind, thousands of Mu family white clouds surged toward Lin Fei's soul. It's good that you have a weakness. Primordial spirit Lin Fei sneered and struck out with the 3,000 immortal art, great slicing art. Voila! In the vast sea of consciousness, the blade swept out in all directions like a white wave. Bang! A strand of the Mu clan's white cloud's divine sense was instantly destroyed, vanishing into the sea of consciousness. And this was just the beginning. The 3,000 immortal arts, great slicing technique, was known as a killing technique. However, the other party was just a spirit sense. The Mu clan's white cloud stared at him. You, how could you know our Mu clan's great severing technique? You're Lin Fei, the Lin Fei from the War of Dynasties. You killed the son of our ancestor. Your brain works pretty fast. You figured out that it was me so quickly. Lin Fei laughed. Now you're still praying for a way to block my attack. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of a few breaths, Baiyun of the Mu clan had lost an uncountable number of divine sense clones, but his spiritual sustenance was not affected. The advantageous situation immediately turned into a disadvantageous one. The Mu clan's white cloud's spiritual sustenance technique was actually the same as the great incisor technique. The spiritual sustenance technique was used to trap the opponent, while the great incisor technique was used to kill the opponent. Not everyone could learn the 3,000 immortal arts. Baiyun of the Wood Clan could be considered to be one of the luckier ones. He had learned the 3,000 immortal arts, spiritual sustenance, which was why he had his current position as the Empire's special envoy. As soon as the Great Slicer technique was unleashed, White Cloud of the Mu Clan knew that he wasn't a match for it. The spiritual sustenance was useless. More importantly, this person was an enemy of the Mu Clan. The ancestor had once rewarded him handsomely, and Baiyun of the Mu Clan had always remembered it. Let's go. Baiyun of the Mu Clan withdrew. If he continued, it would affect him too much. How could Lin Fei let him leave? 3,000 immortal arts, great entanglement art. In the sea of consciousness, a black ribbon of light instantly wrapped around Baiyun of the Mu Clan. The great severing technique slashed down, destroying most of Baiyun's divine sense. Cough, cough. Baiyun of the Mu Clan's main body was injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of shock on his face. The Lord Emissary is injured. Emperor Fei Long's eyes widened. Even he was unable to block the spiritual sustenance. How could this person block the 3,000 immortal arts, and even injure the Lord Emissary? Even the powerful Lord Emissary was injured. Could this person really be a member of the Dragon Clan? With Baiyun injured, the spiritual sustenance lost its effect. Lin Fei swept out with his tail, taking the warship away and suppressing it in the system's storage space. You dare. Baiyun of the Mu Clan spat out another mouthful of blood. He instantly lost control of the warship, as if being suppressed was equivalent to losing the warship. With the warship in his hands, there was no need for Lin Fei to stay any longer. Go back and tell your ancestors that one day, I'll kill my way to their doorstep. Wash your neck and prepare to die. Lin Fei laughed loudly. No one present could kill Lin Fei. His freakish defense alone was enough to make people stare at him helplessly. Thus, they could only watch as Lin Fei left. From start to finish, they didn't dare to stop him. Perhaps it was because of Yi Futian's godly might. If even a spiritual sustenance could be broken, it would be a fool's dream to try and stop him. Lin Fei, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Baiyun of the Mu Clan gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. The priceless warship was gone just like that, and the treasure map was stolen by Yi Futian. How was he supposed to face him when he returned? Emperor Fei Long saw Baiyun of the Mu Clan's ugly expression and didn't dare to say anything. He knew that he had completely embarrassed himself this time, and wouldn't be able to raise his head for a long time. This is great. A Mystic Sky spiritual treasure warship. Mother ***, if anyone is unhappy, I'll use the warship to ram them to death. Lin Fei fell in love with the warship the moment he saw it. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to snatch the warship. Even if he snatched it, he wouldn't be able to suppress it. Only a heaven-defying existence like the system could suppress the warship and prevent it from being affected by the outside world. Change control, Lin Fei said to the system. Are you sure you need to spend points to change the warship's control? Yes. Congratulations, player. You have successfully changed the warship's control. With a thought from Lin Fei, the huge warship appeared in the sky. In the next second, he entered the warship. Mother asterisk Kerr, he really is rich. After entering the warship, Lin Fei had a thought. He knew that the warship truly belonged to him, so he let Obsidian and Hairball out. Master, you are so amazing. You even snatched a warship like the mystic sky spiritual treasure. Obsidian's eyes brightened when he came out. He knew that this was a good thing. Hairball jumped up and down as if she was unhappy that he didn't let her out earlier. You guys look around and see what else is on this warship. The warship was huge. Lin Fei adjusted the direction and headed straight for the Saint Hall. Snatching the Flying Dragon Dynasty's treasury and the Mu clan's warship was enough to make them sad for a long time. Most importantly, with this warship, even the Emperor wouldn't dare to make a move. Master, there's a 3,000 celestial technique here. Obsidian's voice transmitted over. In a luxuriously decorated room, a 3,000 celestial technique was placed on the table. 3,000 celestial technique, spirit sustenance. Lin Fei blurted out. Lin Fei had experienced the power of spirit sustenance. If it wasn't for the great dissection art, he might have been in big trouble. He didn't expect the other party to put this 3,000 celestial technique in the room. After thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. It was precisely because it was a warship that the other party wasn't worried that someone could snatch this 3,000 celestial technique. Great. Let me learn this spirit sustenance first. Lin Fei coveted spirit sustenance very much, so he learned it without hesitation. Another several tens of millions of points. Every time Lin Fei learned a 3,000 celestial technique, it was equivalent to completing a small mission. The rewards were bountiful. After a round of inspection, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. The heavens are really on my side. I didn't expect spirit sustenance and great dissection art to complement each other. No wonder I always felt that this spirit sustenance was lacking something. So it's missing an offensive technique. Lin Fei could imagine that if any expert was trapped by spirit sustenance and then cast the great dissection art, it would definitely be an unforgettable nightmare. Clenching his fist and raising his left hand, Lin Fei cast spirit sustenance. His target was Obsidian. You're tired. You need to rest. At this time, Lin Fei's words and actions were filled with the power of spirit sustenance. He hypnotized heavenly demon King Obsidian, who just lay on the ground and fell asleep. How could this be? Lin Fei was shocked. Spirit sustenance had this kind of use. Wasn't that hypnosis? Obsidian had the strength of a sage, yet he couldn't resist the hypnosis of spirit sustenance. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? Why couldn't the other party use it? Wake up! Obsidian woke up in a daze. After hearing that he had been hypnotized, his eyes widened in disbelief. Master, I'm a sage. You can hypnotize me? Obsidian didn't believe it. Lin Fei used spirit sustenance again with a wave of his hand. Obsidian was already prepared. After resisting for a while, he was hypnotized again. Amazing! What a powerful 3,000 celestial technique. Obsidian was shocked. Master learning this celestial technique is like adding wings to a tiger. This spirit sustenance consumes too much divine sense. I need to strengthen my divine sense to be able to use it at will. Lin Fei shook his head, which seemed to be a fly in the ointment. Master, don't worry. There are many elixirs that can strengthen divine sense. There are also many spiritual objects. Obsidian said, I remember there is a kind of divine medicine on the continent. Its name seems to be divine grass. It is said that after taking it, one's divine sense can be comparable to an immortal. There's such a good thing? Lin Fei was moved. There's no hurry. Wait until I go to the Saint Hall. Presumably, there will be news about strengthening divine grass there. Lin Fei was satisfied to be able to learn spirit sustenance and display its mysteries. The other party had a book of 3,000 celestial technique in his room. He should not have studied it thoroughly. If he really used the hypnosis ability, the power would probably be even more terrifying. Let's not talk about this first. How many cultivation resources did you snatch? Lin Fei put this matter aside and thought about his harvest this time. Master, you don't say. There are so many treasures in this dynasty's treasury. I'm dazzled. Try to get the good stuff. Obsidian waved his hand. Piles of treasures fell down, piling up like a mountain. Fortunately, the space inside the warship was big enough. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Chapter 490. For the past 10 days, Lin Fei had been in closed-door cultivation. The journey to the Sage Hall was rather far, so Xiao Chun could stay in the warship and cultivate without worry. Along the way, he encountered some wandering bandits who tried to make a move, but they were all crushed by the warship, fully experiencing the terror of the Sage Hall. Relying on the ferocity of the warship, Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief along the way, not needing to be alert at all times. His closed-door cultivation was not idle either. He continued to study the 3,000 celestial techniques, especially the spirit sustenance and great incision art. He had mastered them thoroughly and could execute them in the shortest time possible. People like Lin Fei could be said to be one of a kind. The Sage Hall isn't a perilous place. Ordinary people really can't enter. According to the address on the Sage Hall, Lin Fei's warship appeared in a perilous place. In just a short while, many warships appeared, flying toward the perilous place majestically. Each warship gave off a lofty aura. Lin Fei rejoiced that he had obtained a warship. Otherwise, he would really be a country bumpkin. The elites of the Sage Hall had gathered. If they flew over, Lin Fei would definitely make a fool of himself and embarrass the Divine Sword School. When Lin Fei's warship sailed into the perilous place, the elites standing at the bow all revealed surprised expressions. They were astonished by a warship of this level. Who knows whose warship the other side belongs to? A profound, heavenly spiritual treasure level warship. My peak-grade true treasure warship won't be able to withstand such a small collision. Too awesome. It had to be said that all the participants of the Sage Hall were elites. They recognized the terror of the warship with a single glance. Almost no one dared to drive their warship close to Lin Fei. Half a day later, a huge plaza appeared in the perilous place. A towering giant towered in the center of the plaza. This is the Sage Hall. Standing at the bow, Lin Fei also had to raise his head to look up at this towering giant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone put away their warships and landed on the plaza. Lin Fei looked around. These people were all handsome men and beautiful women, and they all had extraordinary backgrounds. None of them were willing to submit to the other, so they formed a circle. This St. Hall is indeed a gathering of elites. The weakest among them is a sage. There are also quite a number of Imperial Realm experts. Lin Fei was shocked. All the elites of the continent are gathered here. Boom! A super warship suddenly appeared on the square. The two large words, St. Hall, were extremely eye-catching, as if reminding everyone of something. Welcome to the sanctuary. A middle-aged man wearing combat boots appeared above the warship. I am the guide of the Saint Church. Before joining the Saint Church, you must complete a training. The elites below were unhappy. We are the elites of the sect. What right do we have to participate in the training? An arrogant young man said in dissatisfaction. Boom! The huge war boots stomped down, and the arrogant young man was crushed. There was no room for resistance. The sanctuary isn't a place you can come and go as you please. The Templar guide seemed to have done something insignificant and continued. Now, give up resistance and board the warship. The elites on the square instantly became silent. The elite sage was crushed. They didn't dare to continue being stubborn. The warship was very big. Everyone sat together. Almost all of them had their eyes closed and were immersed in cultivation. Lin Fei also closed his eyes to rest. This brother, don't you want to know where we are going? A person beside him transmitted his voice using divine sense. The person beside Lin Fei was a guy who loved to make orchid gestures. He was a very feminine person. In his impression, he was a trap. You know, his tone was obviously filled with disbelief. There is nothing in the St. Hall that I don't know. The trap continued, showing off his knowledge. Let me introduce myself. I am Gao Di Fu. How about it? My name is awesome, right? Upon hearing this name, Lin Fei couldn't help but want to laugh. It truly had nothing to do with the name. Laugh if you want, Gao Di Fu said. Damn it. It's all my father's fault for giving me such a lousy name. Lin Fei soon knew that this trap Gao Di Fu was someone who acted friendly. We are going to the battlefield of the Saint Hall to kill the strange races. Gao Di Fu said mysteriously. Kill the strange races? Lin Fei couldn't understand. We need to go and train to join the Saint Hall? Didn't you say? Gao Di Fu rolled his eyes. You have been tricked. In the battlefield, you might be killed by the strange races. However, those who were arranged to come here are either experts of the sect or geniuses. Lin Fei thought about it and seemed to have caught on to something. Could it be that they don't want to fight against the Sword God Society? Other than this explanation, he really couldn't think of a second reason. Gao Di Fu didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to nag, appearing to be very enthusiastic. When we reach the battlefield of the strange races, you better lower your stance. In our Xintian continent, many geniuses and elites are gathered there. We newcomers have to lower our heads. Don't try to show off. If they trick you to death, you won't even know. The strange races, are they going to invade? Lin Fei didn't know much about the strange races. You better give me an explanation. You don't know about the strange races? Gao Di Fu looked at him as if he was a strange person. If I say I don't know, would you believe me? Gao Di Fu laughed. I thought you came from the countryside. You actually don't know about the strange races. Lin Fei laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he really did come from the countryside. He was a true country bumpkin. He had never heard of the strange races before. Our Xintian continent is rich in resources. The strange races are just a bunch of country bumpkins. They lack training resources, so they have to constantly plunder. Don't think that the continent is calm and peaceful. You don't see any strange races because they can't even enter. Gao Di Fu explained the situation. At the same time, in an enormous empire, it had a name, the Mu Clan Empire. You didn't hear wrong. The Mu Clan Empire was the original Mu Clan. In a short period of time, they rose to prominence from a clan and became an empire, surprising and shocking everyone. You said that the treasure map was stolen and the Mu Clan ship was stolen. Why don't you say that you were attacked by a loose immortal? You still have the face to come back. The face of the empire has been lost because of you. Mu Clan Bai Yun lowered his head, feeling very wronged. Within the imperial palace, Mu Clan Qingshan was roaring. He wanted nothing more than to slap Mu Clan Bai Yun to death. I saw Lin Fei. The treasure map and the Mu Clan ship are both on him. Mu Clan Bai Yun forced out these words. He used the great slicer art to sever my spiritual sustenance. Lin Fei. What thing? Mu Clan Qingshan didn't care. A moment later, he suddenly said, say that again. The person who stole it was Lin Fei? Mu Clan Bai Yun nodded. It was the ancestor who ordered us to kill Lin Fei. Mu Clan Qingshan waved his hand, bringing Mu Clan Bai Yun with him. They tore through the void and appeared by the lake in the rear garden of the imperial palace. Your Imperial Majesty, we found traces of Lin Fei. Mu Clan Qingshan explained the situation. In a pavilion by the lake sat a white-robed middle-aged man. He was the Mu Clan Emperor, Mu Clan Heaven, the ruler of the empire. His strength had already entered the ranks of loose immortals, and he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Mu Clan Bai Yun, on account of the news you brought back, you may be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. Go to the outsider's battlefield for 100 years. Mu Clan Heaven said calmly. Thank you for sparing my life, Your Imperial Majesty. Mu Clan Bai Yun knelt on the ground. The outsider's battlefield was dangerous, but at least he had a chance to survive. Guards immediately came and took him away. Qingshan informed the Mu Clan disciples in the Sacred Hall that whoever kills Lin Fei and brings back his head will be heavily rewarded. Mu Clan Heaven said, Don't worry, Your Imperial Majesty. I will inform them right away. The lake in the rear garden instantly quieted down. With a ripple in space, a green giant appeared. He was 30 meters tall and his face was clearly different from humans. If anyone was present, they would definitely recognize that this three-eyed green giant was outsiders that everyone wanted to kill. "You won't use the power of our outsiders," the green giant said. "As long as our outsiders attack, the person you speak of will die without a doubt. No one will doubt it." Mu Clan Heaven said, "Didn't I tell you to hide and not to show yourself? Do you want to be killed by human experts? You humans are always full of yourselves, but you don't know that the power of our outsiders has already infiltrated the continent." The green giant laughed. "I came out to inform you that you can start annexing the other dynasties. The transformation of your Mu clan disciples' power has been completed. Half a month. Other than cultivating, Lin Fei was chatting with Gao Difu, the trap. "We have arrived at the border of the outsiders' battlefield." The Sacred Hall guide appeared again. Regardless of whether they were cultivating or doing anything else, they all stopped. The Sacred Hall appeared above a desolate mountain range. At the end of the mountain range is the battlefield. "That is our destination," Gao Difu explained. After half a month, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the outsiders. They were a greedy race. They were constantly invading and enslaving people like locusts. Humans and beasts had always been working together to fight against the outsiders. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's improvement, he might never know that behind the peaceful continent, there was a long war between humans and the outsiders. "You will serve on the front line for a year. At that time, you will become Sacred Hall disciples." The guide continued. The warship also appeared at the border of the endless battlefield. What a long front line. Looking down from the top of the warship, the dark front line stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knew how far it stretched. A murderous aura filled the entire battlefield. Lin Fei suddenly felt that he came to the right place. The outsiders' battlefield might be the best place for him to cultivate. This kind of battlefield training also seemed to be a good thing. Very soon, they appeared on the battlefield that was paved with boulders. After the Templar dropped them off, the Templar's guide came down. "Your group will be separated and sent to the battlefield. Here, you will need to fight nonstop. I believe that when you become a disciple of the Templar, you will know the benefits of this experience." Rumble. The Sacred Hall, and the guide left. Chapter 491. Lin Fei did not know what team he would be assigned to. It did not matter. There was no need to worry about it. Lin Fei was looking forward to hunting foreign tribes to improve his strength. As the system leveled up, Lin Fei knew that he needed to continuously kill foreign tribes to increase his killing intent. Only then could his killing sword technique reach the great accomplishment realm. "You little bastards, come with me." The bald man in black brought them to a huge fortress battle line. The battle line was very long and boundless. Their usual task was to guard against foreign tribes from breaking in. Lin Fei and a few others gathered a total of 20 people and were assigned to this small team. When they arrived at the fortress, it was a completely different world inside. A team of a few hundred people. Damn it, what nonsense. Small teams, small teams. Lin Fei had imagined that there would not be too many people. Little did he know that there were a few hundred people in this small team. Every warrior was filled with killing intent and stared at them with malicious intent. Lin Fei did not have to guess to know that he had become a rookie in their eyes, someone who could be easily bullied. The St. Hall has sent another batch of disciples to train. I wonder how the St. Hall disciples are this year. Don't be like that fool last time. He had strength, but was killed by the foreign tribes. He made our small team lose face. Look, there's a little mystique, venerable one among them. Don't tell me he was pushed out and sent to die on the foreign tribe's battlefield. That must be it. I haven't seen such an interesting thing in a long time. I wonder who's lucky enough to get a share of this kid. The warriors in groups of 3 to 5 all looked at them. Lin Fei heard their words and laughed coldly in his heart. Whoever thought that he was a pushover would be the unlucky ones. He could guarantee that. The 20 disciples of the St. Hall were quickly distributed. Lin Fei was assigned to a small team. The team leader was a strong man. He was obviously not very happy with the person he was assigned to and did not have a good expression from beginning to end. Lin Fei did not know how the other disciples were doing. It seemed that he was not welcomed. As for the reason, Lin Fei was well aware of it. Lin Fei, this is your position for a year. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The captain's tone was ice cold. After a round of explanation, he returned to his own room. As soon as the squad leader left, the rest of the people became restless and surrounded Lin Fei. Kid, where did you come from? What good stuff did you bring? Hurry up and bribe us, or you'll have a hard time. With me protecting you, at least you can go back alive. That way, you won't be killed by the outsiders. Those outsiders love to kill rookies like you the most. Lin Fei sat on the hard stone. Thank you, I don't need to be taken care of. Haha, everyone laughed. The squad leader, who had always been in a small room, clearly did not care about a kid who was out on a training trip. Although there were rules that forbade one from killing one's own people, it did not mean that they could not teach him a lesson. As long as there were no casualties, the squad leader did not need to worry. Damn, the disciples of the St. Hall are all the same. They deserve to be taught a lesson. The squad leader could not wait for that kid to be taught a lesson. I don't know which sect sent him here. What a one-track mind. He doesn't even know how to give benefits. Did you see that? This kid has a big temper. Maybe he doesn't know that this is the front line of the outsiders, not their sect. Don't be cocky here. The squad of 50 people, each of them had experienced bloody battles. They had never liked disciples of the St. Hall like Lin Fei. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. At this time, a tall man walked out from the crowd. His whole body was filled with killing intent. His thick palm pressed down on Lin Fei. Seeing this man make a move, everyone laughed. This kid was going to suffer. Lin Fei did not care. He had not even made a move, and they already came to show their strength. Sure enough, they were the same as the military camp. You're tired. You need a rest. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He looked at the man's eyes and saw through his soul. Before his palm pressed down, the man with the strength of a saint fell to the ground with a plop, snoring nonstop. Why did Mahan fall asleep? He didn't fall asleep. Mahan was hypnotized. How is this possible? Mahan has the strength of a peak saint. How can this kid hypnotize him? Lin Fei showed a little trick and silently hypnotized the other party. This immediately caused their expressions to change. They subconsciously moved a certain distance away, afraid that they would be hypnotized. No one could see what kind of divine ability was used. Lin Fei glanced at the crowd. I am here to train, not to fight. If you want, I will accompany you to the end. Many people could not help but laugh dryly. What a joke. Sparring and fighting were meant for the weak. If they met someone stronger than them, they would not dare to fight even if they were given 100 guts. The people who had been watching the show immediately dispersed. Mahan quickly woke up. Seeing that the crowd had left, he knew that he had made a fool of himself. He glared at Lin Fei fiercely and turned to leave. Hypnotize? This Lin Fei is not simple. Mahan's strength is only at the peak of a saint, but he has a leader brother who hypnotized everyone. Plus, Mahan is narrow-minded. Lin Fei will be in trouble. The boundless battlefront of the mutated race. Inside one of the huge fortresses, a few people in armor were gathered together, whispering to each other. Their faces were filled with joy. I am back. The door was pushed open, and another man in armor came in. Did you find out that Lin Fei is in that fortress? A middle-aged man with a scar on the left side of his face asked anxiously. They just arrived. I found out that Lin Fei is under Iron Man. The person sat down. These people were none other than the disciples of the Mu Empire who were serving at the front lines of the mutated race. Iron Man? This is not easy to deal with. That Iron Man is very protective of his subordinates. If we attack him, Iron Man will definitely attack us. If it gets to the higher-ups, we will definitely be the unlucky ones. The one-eyed Mu Lai on the left frowned. What is there to worry about? Killing a disciple who is training is a piece of cake. Mu Jiaming, who had a scar on his face, sneered. He had always been a rash person. Kill him, and we can go back. I don't want to stay at the battlefield of the mutated race. These people had all made mistakes in their families and were finally sent to serve at the battlefield of the mutated race. If they didn't die, they could naturally go back. But this time was too long. It could easily be dozens of years. They couldn't hold on. Now that there was such an opportunity, they definitely wouldn't miss it. These disciples of the Mu Empire had taken up certain positions in the battlefield of the mutated race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered together. "Why don't we do this?" Mu family's hero, who had been sitting in the center, said, "Lin Fei will stay at the battlefield of the mutated race for a year. We have plenty of time to deal with him. All sorts of things happen on the battlefield of the mutated race. Who knows when the opportunity will come? We don't need to act immediately. Let's wait for a suitable time." I agree with what the hero said. Mu family's hero, who had just returned, said sorrowfully, "Right now, we shouldn't act rashly. If Lin Fei starts to suspect us, it won't be good for us to act. We must make him let down his guard. It's best if we kill him in one strike. Lin Fei's cultivation isn't high, but it's said that he's very strong. We only have one chance. If we act forcefully, we might just alert him." Mu Jiaming said, "Let's do that. Let's first observe Lin Fei for a period of time." Just like that, Lin Fei stayed at the battlefield of the mutated race. At first, he was very unfamiliar with the daily routine. However, he quickly understood that their duty was to guard the front lines of the fortress and prevent the mutated race from entering the continent. According to the veterans, the mutated race would enter from outside the fortress. If they wanted to enter the continent, they would have to pass through them. Apart from patrolling, they also had to face the waves of the mutated race. This was the most dangerous thing. If things went awry, they might be killed by the mutated race. The first time Lin Fei killed a mutated race was half a month later. These mutated race had powerful bodies. If they were caught off guard, they would suffer a great loss. From what they said, the mutated race they killed were only cannon fodder. They couldn't be considered powerful existences. Lin Fei gradually grew to enjoy this kind of stressful life. Normally, he would either be hunting outsiders or studying the 3,000 immortal arts. He was very low-key, unlike the other disciples who were out on training, who were always in the limelight. Time passed, and 3 months passed. On this day, Lin Fei was resting with his eyes closed. This was also what the veterans loved to do every day. In the battlefield of the mutated race, apart from killing, they would usually rest. They would maintain their combat strength at its peak to prevent the mutated race from attacking. "Who's Lin Fei?" At the entrance of the fortress, a squad in black appeared. The veterans didn't dare to approach. Lin Fei opened his eyes. "Just give it to me." He couldn't understand why they were looking for him. Lin Fei, as a disciple of the Saint Hall, apart from killing the mutated race, you also need to complete a certain dangerous mission. Right now, there's a mission for you to complete together. Lin Fei smiled. "I've been waiting for this mission for a long time. It's finally here." Lin Fei jumped off the bed. His words surprised everyone. As veterans, they were most unwilling to complete missions. This meant that they wouldn't be able to return. Straightforward enough. "Come with us." The leader was surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood. They were disciples of the Saint Hall. It was undoubtedly a dream for them to get used to this kind of life. Which disciple of the Saint Hall didn't want to be in the limelight or take on a certain position? "Lin Fei, we meet again." On the square, Lin Fei and a group of people gathered together. Soon, they heard a familiar voice. "Gao Difu." This guy had a smile on his face. He was still as sissy as before. If one observed carefully, they could see a layer of killing intent around him. It seemed that he had killed many mutated race members. "Not bad. Seems like you're living a good life." Lin Fei smiled. Gao Difu said, "Just so-so. But I almost thought that you were killed by the mutated race. You're too low-key." Lin Fei smiled. This Gao Difu was quite interesting. "Aren't you known for being well-informed? Do you know what mission we're going to complete?" Gao Difu laughed. "Then you've asked the right person. This time, we're going to investigate the movements of the mutated race. It's not very dangerous." Recently, the mutated race had been very peaceful. Lin Fei knew that. Hearing this kind of mission, he felt relieved. It was best to be able to go out and move around. It would save them from being cooped up in the fortress all day. They suspect that the wave of the mutated race is about to begin. Gao Difu secretly added, "Theoretically, we won't encounter them. In a year, the mutated race would attack the fortress a few times. This would form a wave. Every time, many people would die. Even experts would be killed by the densely packed, mutated race members. Now, those who hear your name form into a group. The black-clothed people started to report their names. Those who heard their names were arranged into a group. Lin Fei and Gao Difu formed a group. Each group had 10 members. After the groups were arranged, they arranged their respective missions. Lin Fei's group had 10 people. Among them, the captain and vice captain were veterans. They were all at the initial stage of the Emperor realm. The rest were disciples from a Saint Hall. Their mission this time was to go to a place called Black Rock Cliff to check on the deployment of the mutated race. This place required a day's journey. It was considered a team that went deeper into the mutated race. With the captain and vice captain leading the way, they wouldn't encounter many mutated race members. They didn't encounter many mutated race members along the way. In addition, they took small paths, so there wasn't any danger. A day later, they appeared in a place with rocks. They weren't far from the Black Rock Cliff. Everyone started to get nervous. Quickly retract your aura. After taking a few steps, the captain said hurriedly. Everyone immediately retracted their aura. They knew that they had to be careful in this place. Boom! Huge mutated race members flew over their heads. Following their gaze, Lin Fei saw those huge birds. It turned out that they were the mounts of the mutated race. This mutated race was called the Flying Wing Race. They were experts in aerial combat. Swish, 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 the black mass of Flying Wing Race members suddenly stopped. They shot the huge bows in their hands. Arrows rained down from the sky. Not good. We have been discovered. Everyone's expression changed. The situation wasn't good. Rumble. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone flew out and flew in different directions. Facing hundreds of mutated race members, they were just 10 people. They weren't a match at all, especially when the Flying Wing Race members were experts in long-range attacks. After a series of attacks, 2 of the 10 were injured. Even though they had hunted mutated race members before, it was their first time encountering such an attack. They immediately panicked and didn't know what to do. Lin Fei this way, Gao Difu sent a message with his divine sense. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He had already sensed that many auras were heading in their direction. If they didn't leave now, they might be surrounded. Damn it. I wonder who was so careless and brought the Flying Wing Race's favorite thing. Gao Difu was in a sorry state and cursed. Chapter 492. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. At the front line of the mutated race, on top of a huge black fort, a few captains of the human race were gathered together. Hero's idea is really good. This time, Lin Fei won't be able to bear the consequences. Mu Lai sneered. Without any effort, we can kill Lin Fei. Mu Lai waved his hand. It's just a small matter. When a mutated race attacks, even if Lin Fei is strong, he won't be able to block their attack. It's best if he dies in the hands of the mutated race. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still suffer. With both of them attacking at the same time, Lin Fei won't be able to escape death. The people gathered here were all disciples of the Mu family. They all had a certain status in the front line of the mutated race. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they finally came up with a plan. They used their connections to arrange a mission for Lin Fei. Then, they would secretly put some food that the mutated race liked on a disciple of the Temple Palace. Unknowingly, they would be exposed, and they wouldn't even need to do anything to kill them. That's right. When Lin Fei comes back, he'll also be punished for not completing the mission. Mu Lai said excitedly. Luckily, he's not a member of the Temple Palace. When the time comes, he'll become a cannon fodder. He killed so many people and pushed all the blame to Lin Fei. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. After 3 months of observation, they finally found a way to deal with Lin Fei smoothly. Once Lin Fei dies, we can complete the mission and leave this damned place. Everyone had longing looks on their faces. I wonder who brought the mutated race's favorite food, the Heaven Luo root. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been discovered. Gao Difu cursed. They had been very careful along the way, but they had failed because of a small thing. Lin Fei's face changed. Hearing this, he also wanted to curse. How can there be a heaven luo root? Don't they know how terrifying it is? After living here for 3 months, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the mutated race's frontline. The heaven luo root was a special item. Humans couldn't eat it, and there would be side effects if they used it. However, it was completely different for the mutated race. It was like a tonic. The heavenly luo root didn't dare to hide, and the outsiders would discover it immediately. The sky was densely packed with the soaring wing race. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Mother of Asterisker, are they trying to kill me? The gigantic soaring wing race beings in the sky were almost a few hundred feet long and covered the sky. With a flap of their gigantic wings, an attack that was not inferior to that of a sage would be unleashed. Boom! A flying bird swooped down and swiped its iron claw downwards. The body of a Templar disciple in front of it exploded, and his primordial spirit was swallowed by the flying bird. It was too fast. Instant kill. Let's go. Gao Difu did not dare to stay any longer. There were hundreds and thousands of winged birds, densely packed together. Their numbers did not decrease at all. Instead, they increased, surrounding the area like an iron bucket. Even if they grew wings, it would be difficult for them to escape. Save me. Not far away, a St. Church disciple shouted. Wait, Lin Fei said to Gao Difu. 2 beams of sword light slashed out, blasting against the huge bird's body, rescuing him from underneath the bird. That person was panic-stricken and had yet to regain his senses. Woola woola! The huge winged bird opened its beak and let out a series of strange cries. Gao Difu did not understand why Lin Fei did this. Before he could speak, Lin Fei spoke first. They cannot die. If they die, we will be in trouble when we return. Lin Fei got to the main point. Damn it, Gao Difu cursed. The 2 of them were Templar disciples. The foreign races paid particular attention to rules. When they went out on missions, all sorts of accidents happened. If it was a normal accident, it could be forgiven. However, if there was an improper command or something, the rules of the foreign races were enough to give them a headache. With Lin Fei's help, they lost the chance to leave. Let's kill our way out. Lin Fei's help was actually a subconscious action. He had a strange feeling about this mission and had to be careful. Capture them. They must be human spies. The soaring wing race member on the huge bird shouted. You guys follow behind me. Lin Fei turned around and said. His figure flashed, and the azure dragon true body appeared. His huge body roared in the air, suppressing the winged bird. Damn, Lin Fei is amazing. Gao Difu was excited. It seemed like he did not have to die. Follow me. Lin Fei led the way. His huge body crushed everything in its way. The foreign race's huge bird was powerful, but compared to Lin Fei's azure dragon true body, there was still a gap. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was having a great time killing. The system's experience points kept coming in. Ding. Begin advancement mission? Lin Fei was stunned. Activated? Advancement mission could be random. It could also be provided by the system or triggered. Yes, having been stuck at Mystique Venerable 1 for some time, Lin Fei could not wait to ascend to Sage. Ding. Selecting mission. Ding. Player Lin Fei must kill 50 foreign race leaders within a month. 50 foreign race leaders? Lin Fei was shocked. This mission was so difficult. The foreign race leaders were at least emperor-level existences. To kill 50 foreign race leaders within a month was difficult, too difficult, especially when one had to sneak in. The system would not choose not to issue a mission because it thought it was too difficult. We're finally safe. Lin Fei finally brought them out and found a safe place to land. Damn, I didn't think we could survive. Gao Difu was still fearful, but he was very grateful to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, I didn't expect you to be the strongest in our group. Zhang Yong, who had been silent all this while, said. Lin Fei said, It's nothing. We're all members of the same group. It's a pity the others couldn't come out. If not for the Azure Dragon True Body's strong defense, Lin Fei would not have been able to come out so easily. They were surrounded by the foreign races and would most likely be killed or brought back. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong admired Lin Fei from the bottom of their hearts. Most people would not have been able to bring them out under such circumstances. With a disaster looming, they went their separate ways. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong leaned toward Lin Fei. Just his strength alone was enough to make them admire him. What should we do now? Gao Difu asked. They could not continue with the scouting mission, and if they stayed, they might encounter danger. They were in a dilemma. Their gazes also turned to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not know that he would be surrounded by them after saving them. How about this? You guys go back first. I'll do the rest of the scouting mission, Lin Fei said to them, not giving them a chance to refute. No need to argue. I'll do it. The power of the foreign race's giant bird was terrifying to them. We'll wait for you outside. Gao Difu rejected the idea of going back directly. It just so happens that we also need to use the foreign races to train ourselves. Our spirit is not strong enough. We need to train ourselves. Zhang Yong also said, our spirit is too weak. Facing the foreign race's siege, we can't display our combat strength. While we have time, we have to kill the foreign races. When the foreign races besieged them, their combat strength was not bad. But when the foreign races attacked, their spirit was affected. Lin Fei nodded. All right, I'll come find you guys after I come out. Let's go back together. After cultivating the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei's spirit was infinitely strong. The foreign race's killing intent could not affect it, nor could it be defeated. The three of them decided on a meeting place. After leaving their communicators, Lin Fei floated away. Brother Gao, do you know which sect Brother Lin comes from? Zhang Yong asked. I don't know, but Lin Fei is very strong. Gao Difu would not say that he saw Lin Fei disembark from the profound heaven spirit treasure's worship. His humble attitude had indeed won Lin Fei's favor. I believe that Brother Lin Fei will soon stand out on the foreign race's battlefront. Zhang Yong also nodded. I think so too. I finally understand that experts cultivate in silence. Among us disciples, I'm afraid there are only a few who can compare to Lin Fei. Them? Bah, who do they think they are? Gao Difu disdainfully said, Come, let's go kill the foreign races. I must take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen my spirit. Lin Fei did not go too far. After confirming that they had left, he appeared. Heavenly Luo root, foreign races besieging. Strange. Lin Fei frowned but soon relaxed. Who cares if it's a conspiracy or something else? In front of absolute power, it's all paper tigers. Lin Fei originally wanted to keep a low profile, but in the end, there was someone who was not at ease and provoked him. Whether it's a coincidence or someone targeting me, I still need to increase my strength. If it's really man-made, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei was ruthless to the bone. After cultivating the killing sword art, his temperament also began to change. Ahead is a foreign race's stronghold. Following the foreign race's battlefront map, Lin Fei found a foreign race stronghold. Looking down from above, there were densely packed foreign races. On the periphery were ordinary foreign races, and inside were all kinds of powerful foreign races. Each stronghold had a commander overseeing it. Lin Fei used the Akalanatha to sneak in. Relying on the power of spiritual entrustment, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The foreign races' bodies were strong, but their spirits were weak. With just a slight move, they were hypnotized and thus did not remember that there was such a person. Speak. How many human spies have come? Suddenly, Lin Fei's heart moved. He heard a strange human language. Could it be that they didn't die, but were captured by the foreign races? Lin Fei was delighted. Subconsciously, he did not want anything to happen to them. Let's sneak in first. Behind the densely packed military camp, on a thick tree, there were many humans tied up. Some of them were team members, such as the captain and vice captain. Speak or not, the foreign race's whips lashed down and the human blood flowed. Hey, even if you beat me to death, I won't speak. The foreign races were furious. Continue beating them. Let's see how long they can last. Lin Fei was not an impulsive person, but for some reason, seeing this situation, he had the urge to kill them. Chapter 493. Lin Fei saw that they wouldn't die for a while and felt relieved. Then, his gaze landed on a huge golden tent. Lin Fei knew about this kind of golden tent. Usually, it was where the commander lived. Usually, it would be easy to find it. Humans like to keep a low profile, while alien races like to show off. They were afraid that no one would know that this was the place where the commander lived. Spiritual sustenance, deep hypnosis. These alien races didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to hypnotize them all the way here without being discovered by anyone. Sure enough, practice is the best way. Along the way, Lin Fei was still a bit shaky at first, but then it became natural. He could hypnotize the other party with the smallest price. Of course, the immovable Wisdom King had a huge advantage. Outside the golden tent, a few peaked sages were guarding outside. Lin Fei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This kind of stronghold also has such an expert. It seems that the commander here is at least in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Lin Fei thought. The alien race's battlefront was very long. There were no less than tens of thousands of alien strongholds. There were many commanders. The strong guards also meant that the commander of the stronghold was strong. Lin Fei felt that it was a little difficult to hypnotize a sage, full perfection stage sage. Then he was relieved. If he could hypnotize a sage, full perfection stage sage, although he wouldn't be able to enter unimpeded, he would rarely be discovered unless he met an emperor. Spiritual sustenance. Lin Fei quietly used spiritual sustenance and attacked 6 sage, full perfection stage sages in one go. He didn't just use hypnosis. He had to go all out when he hypnotized them. He couldn't give them a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Outside the golden tent, the bodies of the 6 sage, full perfection stage sages first shook as if they wanted to struggle out of this hypnosis. Lin Fei knew that these 6 alien races' minds were stronger than the previous ones. He couldn't hypnotize them all at once. Not good. If this continues, they will wake up. By then, the alien race commander will notice. Lin Fei knew that this wasn't good. If they woke up, they would definitely know that someone had sneaked in. By then, it would be very difficult to assassinate the commander. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined. If I use the divine grass now, I can definitely hypnotize them all at once. Lin Fei was even more eager to find the divine grass. It seems that I have to use another method. Greater Slicer. Spiritual sustenance was a support, while the greater severing technique was an offensive technique. Lin Fei did not hesitate to use the great slicing art at the crucial moment. This was the first time he had used a combination of mortal art. He was not sure if it would work or not. Very soon, a supreme combination of immortal arts descended from the unseen world. Lin Fei could sense that a white light shot down from the hearts of the 6 sane outsiders, instantly tearing their souls apart. In a matter of seconds, the 6 sane outsiders were killed. Spirit execution was a success. It was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei was delighted. He had indeed succeeded. The combination of mortal technique was more domineering than he had imagined. It would not be so easy for him to kill a sage of the full circle. Good. With this combination of immortal arts, I'll have a greater chance of assassinating a commander-in-chief. Lin Fei finally found a suitable assassination technique. The combined immortal technique seems to be even stronger than the 3,000 immortal techniques. Lin Fei walked over. The 6 saints of the mutated race had become living corpses. Their souls had been destroyed, leaving only their physical bodies. Unless he walked in, there was no way he could know what was going on. Keep them. Lin Fei kept the sane outsiders. These corpses were all good stuff and could be sold for a high price. Killing 6 sane outsiders at the full circle gave Lin Fei a lot of pressure. Within the golden tent, a 3-eyed sane outsider was sitting there. He had a tall stature, and his 3 eyes were incomparably eye-catching. He exuded a powerful spirit force and the aura of a king. We've captured a few human spies, but a few escaped. A subordinate of the mutated race knelt on the ground. We're currently interrogating them. Be on your guard. The human spies are already suspecting this place. We must not allow them to find out what happened here. 3-eyed Kava's tone was heavy. After that, he waved his hand. Retreat. Inside the golden tent, things were very simple. At this moment, there was no one else except for Commander Kava, a three-eyed Saint Outsider. The strongest among the three-eyed Saint Outsiders is their third eye. Lin Fei snuck in and recognized a three-eyed Saint Outsider. This three-eyed Saint Outsider is a high-grade Saint Outsider. I didn't expect them to be sent here as well. Among the Saint Outsiders, low-grade Saint Outsiders were purely cannon fodder. Mid-grade Saint Outsiders could take on certain positions. Three-eyed Saint Outsiders were high-grade Saint Outsiders and could take on the role of a commander. Other than the high-grade Saint Outsiders, there were King-class Saint Outsiders. They had extraordinary backgrounds, and each of them had the chance to become a heaven immortal. It was equivalent to having a noble bloodline. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. He lay low and waited for an opportunity to make a move. Middle-stage Emperor Realm experts weren't easy to assassinate. Lin Fei didn't wish to expose himself in case the other commanders found out about this. If they were on guard, things wouldn't be easy to handle. To assassinate a commander, one had to kill them in a single strike. Using spirit sustenance to form an immortal art was the true way of assassination. If one's trump card was found out by others, it wouldn't be a trump card anymore. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Half a day later, Lin Fei finally found an opportunity. The three-eyed Saint Outsider closed his eyes and cultivated. And so, Lin Fei made his move. Spirit sustenance. The three-eyed Saint Outsider's spirit was exceptionally powerful. The moment spirit sustenance was used, Kawa's body shook and his third eye opened. Scram out. What a powerful spirit force. Spirit sustenance was reflected back. My divine sense is still a little weaker. I can't sustain spirit sustenance for now. Great entanglement technique. Lin Fei used great entanglement technique to buy some time for himself. Kawa was shocked. Since when was this human so powerful that he could sneak in and assassinate him? He didn't even notice that he was almost assassinated. If it wasn't for his strong spirit force, he would still have lingering fear. You are an expert of the human race. You are dead for sure. Boom! Kawa's body was engulfed in flames. He actually broke free from the great entanglement technique. Three eyes shot over, and a group of three-eyed Saint Outsiders appeared in front of Lin Fei. Spirit illusion. This was a spirit illusion. Lin Fei's understanding of the three-eyed Saint Outsiders was only based on information. This was the first time he encountered them in real life. Your concealment divine art is very impressive. You almost succeeded. Unfortunately, you forgot one thing. The strongest strength of us three-eyed Saint Outsiders isn't our physical body, but our unimaginable spirit force. Kawa broke free and used spirit illusion. Among the human race, you are one of the few who can use spirit force to such a degree. If you hand over your spirit's secret art and become my subordinate, I can spare your life. Lin Fei didn't expect that his first target would be a spirit expert. A long time ago, Lin Fei had heard that among the Saint Outsiders, there were those who excelled in strength and other abilities. Spirit force was one of them. It could be considered a powerful cultivation ability. Spirit illusion, break for me. If it was something else, Lin Fei might be afraid. However, spirit illusion was the nemesis of great slicer technique. With a slash of great slicer technique, the obstacles in front of him shattered like a mirror. Everything returned to normal. Spirit sustenance. Lin Fei used spirit sustenance again. His spirit illusion was broken. Kawa's entire body shook. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How can you break the spirit illusion of us three-eyed Saint Outsiders? Once a three-eyed Saint Outsider's spirit illusion trapped someone, it would be impossible for them to escape for a period of time. In the end, they would be trapped and become a slave of the three-eyed Saint Outsider. Spirit sustenance finally worked. As soon as the spirit illusion created by Kawa's three-eyed Saint Outsider was broken, red blood flowed out of his three-eyed Saint Outsider. The spirit sustenance took advantage of this opening to enter. Rumble, the great slicer technique, slashed into the three-eyed Saint Outsider, directly killing Kawa. The battle between the two had always been a battle of the spirit. Although it had only been a few breaths of time, it had been filled with danger. If Lin Fei wasn't careful, he would have been defeated. The sane outsiders really aren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei thought to himself. My spirit sustenance still needs to be tempered. I almost failed miserably. You've killed a sane outsider commander. Keep up the good work. The system prompted. After killing the three-eyed sane outsider commander, Lin Fei collected the spoils of war. The corpse of a high-ranked sane outsider was also quite valuable. He didn't stand on ceremony and collected it. He wouldn't leave any traces behind. Lin Fei used the 3,000 immortal arts. Perhaps others would be able to see through him. Lin Fei had to be careful. In any case, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After collecting the spoils of war, Lin Fei left the golden tent and went straight to the place where the humans were imprisoned. Spirit sustenance was used to hypnotize them. Even if they were humans, he wouldn't be surprised. Then, he brought them out without anyone knowing. After he left, the outsider stronghold fell into chaos. Whoosh! Lin Fei released the humans. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he discovered that his face was quite pale. He had used up too much of his divine sense. It turned out that assassinating a sane outsider commander was so shocking. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Fei used the motionless Wisdom King and entered the void. The hypnotized humans also woke up. We're free. Everyone was startled. It must be a human expert who took action. I wonder which human expert will be able to rescue us from the hands of the three-eyed outsider, Kava. That's right. He's too amazing. When we return, we must report this news. We must rope in a human expert who is able to rescue us from the three-eyed outsider. These humans had been imprisoned for a period of time. Now that they had regained their freedom, they were wild with joy. After digesting the news, they immediately left. A human expert? That's good. At least they won't suspect me. Lin Fei only relaxed after seeing them leave. He didn't want them to accidentally fall into someone else's hands after he rescued them. That would really be a waste of time. Only after seeing them leave would he feel at ease. Next, prepare to assassinate the second outsider commander. Chapter 494. Lin Fei didn't die. The Mu hero's expression was ugly. This result was beyond his expectations. There was no reason for Lin Fei to have survived. It wasn't so easy to come out alive when surrounded by the outsiders. Someone from their team came back alive. The Mu hero said sorrowfully, Lin Fei shouldn't have died. We heard from them that Lin Fei left alive. As for whether he's dead or not, we don't know. So you're saying that Lin Fei's life or death is unknown? The Mu hero said, if that's the case, then there's a change in our plan. We need to rearrange it. I didn't think that kid would react so quickly and escape from the outsiders. He really is a troublesome opponent. The Mu hero knew very well that surviving from the outsiders represented a kind of strength. Luck? That was completely unreliable. The Mu hero drummed his fingers on the table. Go arrange it and frame the other party. Whether or not Lin Fei comes back, we'll nail this matter down so that he can't make a comeback. That's one way. The Mu hero nodded. I'll immediately arrange it. I won't let Lin Fei have an easy time. According to the rules of the outsider's battlefield, he'll be executed. Even if he's a St. Hall member, he must die. Pung. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A white-robed warrior walked in. Who are you? The Mu hero stood up, his face on guard. What were the people outside doing? How could they let someone in? If news of this spread out, they wouldn't have an easy time either. It would have a great impact on the Mu Empire. The outsiders had gathered all the powers of the continent. Internal strife was one of the most taboo things. Of course, doing it in private was completely possible. Doing it openly was impossible. It was easy to arouse disgust and be resisted by all the powers. If it weren't for this reason, why would they spend so much effort to frame Lin Fei? If the conditions allowed, they would have long since killed Lin Fei. You people from the Mu clan empire are truly audacious. The white-robed warrior trembled and tossed a command medallion onto the table. The expressions of the Mu clan's hero and the Mu clan's sorrow greatly changed, and they each took 3 steps back. The words on the token caused their expressions to change greatly. The person in front of them had a distinguished status, and more importantly, he He was their immediate superior. On the front line of a non-human kind, forces from all sides gathered. The white-robed warrior in front of him was a member of one of the major powers. He was a commander on the outside of battlefront and could lead 100,000 people. The non-human kind's front line had countless commanders. The division of authority was very simple. It was based on the number of subordinates they controlled. A commander of 10,000 people was just a small commander. Of course, his power was not small either. A commander of 100,000 people, that was amazing. Every single soldier had been tempered through life and death. Their combat strength was astonishing, truly astonishing. It was no wonder that the Mu clan's hero and the others didn't dare to speak when they saw the medallion. It wasn't something they could fight against, even if they had the Mu clan empire behind them. "Greetings, Commander." The wood hero and Sorrow lowered their heads. "Umph." The white-robed warrior coldly snorted, sat down, and said condescendingly, "You want to deal with Lin Fei?" The Mu clan's hero was nervous. He didn't know what to say. If the other party had a relationship with Lin Fei, it would be difficult for them to escape death. They might even fall from their current positions and become a member of the Charge Battalion. The Charge Battalion was a cannon fodder battalion, used to charge and break through enemy lines, but most of them would die on the battlefield. "Why don't you say anything?" The white-robed warrior sneered. "You dare to act, but don't dare to admit it? Trash." "Commander, Lin Fei is an enemy of our Mu Empire." The Mu clan's hero hurriedly said, "We do indeed want to kill Lin Fei." "That's right. It's just killing a person. It's not a big deal." The Mu clan's hero relaxed, but at the same time, doubt flashed through his mind. Could it be that this Lin Fei had also offended this commander? If that was the case, you don't need to doubt it. Lin Fei is also my enemy. The white-robed warrior said, "I only have one request. You must kill Lin Fei and not let him leave the foreign race's battlefront alive. When the time is right, I will give you some gang leaders, such as this time." Lin Fei's enemy. The two Mu clan's heroes were shocked. They had guessed correctly. When did Lin Fei offend the commander? "Commander, don't worry. We promise to complete the mission." Facing the white-robed warrior's gaze, the Mu clan's hero did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He didn't dare to disagree. He clearly knew that this was a plan to kill with a borrowed knife, but he was unwilling to be dissatisfied. If they didn't agree, the other party might just move his lips and they might be killed. With their positions, they were nothing in the eyes of the commander. Their lives and deaths were nothing more than a word. "Do your job well, and I won't treat you badly." The white-robed warrior stood up, and killing intent quickly flashed through his eyes. "Umph, you offended our saber sect. This time, you will die at the foreign race's battlefront. Even if the divine sword sect finds out, they can do nothing about it." As soon as the white-robed warrior left, the people outside came in anxiously. "Captain, we couldn't stop him. Don't do it again." The Mu clan's hero knew that they couldn't be blamed. He was a commander who controlled 100,000 people. If he wanted to go somewhere, he could do it with just a word. They couldn't refuse. "Are we going to be his helpers?" The Mu clan's hero's face darkened. They understood the white-robed warrior's words. He wanted them to deal with Lin Fei. It would be good if they could kill Lin Fei, but if they couldn't, they might be in trouble. The Mu clan's hero smiled bitterly. "Can we refuse?" Yes, how could they refuse? They couldn't refuse at all, and they couldn't say it out. Even if they said it out, no one would believe that a commander would want to kill a newcomer. No one would believe it. Instead, they would believe that they were making a false accusation. The two fell silent. After a while, "Let's not care about this commander. Why do you want to kill Lin Fei? Don't you think it's a good thing? With his help, we can make it so that Lin Fei can't make a comeback. It's more likely than us going to greet him personally." That's right. With the authority of a commander, it was easier said than done to make a comeback. Within a giant golden tent, a black shadow charged out. The void was filled with endless killing intent. All the alien races in the tent were instantly hypnotized. As for the alien commander sitting in the center, he lost his ability to resist and was directly killed. With a thunderous momentum, he didn't give any chance to resist. "I've killed another alien commander." The black shadow was Lin Fei, who had been constantly assassinating alien commanders. For nearly a month, Lin Fei had been constantly assassinating alien commanders. Relying on his spiritual sustenance, Lin Fei had been successful in every endeavor. His divine sense had also been constantly tempered and strengthened. Every time he attacked, he would hypnotize all the powerhouses in the tent and kill them all. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei's attention was attracted by something on the table. It was a golden map. When Lin Fei had attacked, his opponent had been focused on the golden map, which was why he had been able to kill him so quickly. After glancing at it, he saw that it was a very ordinary map. There was a red dot in the center, and Lin Fei was immediately attracted to it. Divine Spirit Grass. Lin Fei exclaimed, "How is this possible?" On the simple map, there was a small space with a divine spirit grass growing inside. After continuously assassinating alien commanders, Lin Fei's divine sense had grown slower. Using spiritual sustenance, he still wasn't strong enough to kill his opponent in a single strike. If there really is a divine spirit grass, my divine sense... Lin Fei's heart stirred. He put away the treasure map and left the stronghold. Once he was safe, Lin Fei took out the treasure map once more. After careful observation, Lin Fei recognized the place on the map. It was a forbidden land with many powerful alien races living here. This space was a small space that had been shattered in the past. Lin Fei could imagine that this kind of broken space must have nurtured many treasures in the past. Perhaps there really was a divine spirit grass here. Calming his heart, Lin Fei began to recall. Indeed, after some thought, Lin Fei seemed to understand something. If I'm not wrong, the foreign race's frequent movements might be because they are searching for this broken space, right? Along the way, Lin Fei frequently discovered that many alien races' teams seemed to be searching for something. According to the map, they were clearly searching for something. Otherwise, they would not be so concentrated. Heaven is really helping me. Whether it is or not, I have to make a trip there. Perhaps I can make a move on the remaining alien race commanders. Now, Lin Fei was 6 short of 50 commanders. There were still 8 days left, so there was no rush for Lin Fei. Without stopping, Lin Fei headed straight for the location on the map. With his current strength and the Azure Dragon bloodline, he appeared several million kilometers away in less than half a day. Lin Fei appeared in a vile environment. Major protective art. All sorts of venomous bugs lurked in this vile environment. Even though Lin Fei had a strong physical body, he had no choice but to activate the major protective art to block all the venomous bugs. No wonder the alien race commanders kept considering. The environment here is too vile, and they could not make up their minds. After executing the major protective art, Lin Fei continuously ventured deeper into the danger zone. Along the way, he encountered all sorts of alien races. Lin Fei avoided them one by one, not wanting to waste time here. After traveling 250,000 kilometers, Lin Fei sensed the fluctuations in the air. There are alien races in front. Furthermore, they are strong alien races. Sure enough, Lin Fei discovered that there was a mountain valley below. Troops of foreign races were stationed around the perimeter of the mountain valley, forming an impregnable fortress. The broken space is here. With one glance, Lin Fei determined that this was the place he was searching for. The divine spirit herb might be inside. What a huge lineup. There are at least 100,000 alien races here. They really know how to invest. It looks like I'm not too late. Lin Fei did not expect his luck to be so good. He just so happened to run into them in the broken space. From the looks of it, they did not enter for long. Otherwise, the surrounding alien races would not be so vigilant. 100,000 alien races looked terrifying. Lin Fei was not worried. He used the immovable King Akela and entered the group of 100,000 alien races. Hypnosis. Deep hypnosis. These alien races were hypnotized one by one, and their memories were sealed by Lin Fei. Spiritual sustenance. Hypnotize all of them. He hypnotized the experts at the entrance of the cave. Although he could not hypnotize them for a long time, one chance was enough for Lin Fei. When Lin Fei entered, the experts returned to normal. Although they were puzzled, they did not think too much about it. Lin Fei entered a broken space. In the dusky space, there were broken spatial cracks everywhere, and it was pitch black. What Lin Fei cared about was not this. What he cared about were the towering trees in front of him. Regretfully, the towering trees were all dead. The space lost the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was filled with death energy. However, Lin Fei could still feel the rich essence. This space was once filled with a large amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, these towering trees would not have grown to this extent. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. Lin Fei did not dare to use his divine sense to search, for fear of arousing the reaction of the alien races. The space is so big. Where are the divine herbs? Lin Fei was at a loss. He had found the place, but the whereabouts of the divine herbs had become a tangled problem. Forget it. Let's look around first. Lin Fei searched all the way and was shocked by the broken space. There were withered heaven and earth spiritual herbs everywhere. Many of them were killed by the spatial astral chi, leaving behind their essence. In addition, Lin Fei also had to be careful of the pervasive spatial cracks. From this, it could be seen that this space might collapse at any time, completely disappear, and become the dust of history. This is a 1,000-year-old blue seal. It's a pity that it's dead. And this is shallow grass. It's also a good material for alchemy. Lin Fei was constantly shocked. This space was simply a place for the cultivation of heaven and earth spiritual herbs. When Lin Fei was in the Sword God sect, he was fortunate enough to learn about it. Now that he matched them one by one, he couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, a huge question arose in his heart. How could this space for the cultivation of heaven and earth spiritual herbs become like this? This was the only possibility. Lin Fei had an answer. Perhaps it was because of this reason that he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The small space was quite big. Lin Fei searched for 50,000 miles but still found nothing. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Could it be that the divine herbs were really not here? Thinking about it, if there really were divine herbs in this broken space, they might have been picked by someone long ago. How could they be left here until now? Lin Fei concluded that there were almost no spiritual herbs that could survive in this broken space. At a glance, all he saw were withered heaven and earth spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, they had lost their function. Boom! An energy fluctuation came. Lin Fei was shocked. There's someone in front. They must have found something. He quickly flew over. When a huge black demonic beast appeared in front of him, Lin Fei was shocked. There was a terrifying demonic beast in this space. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people working together to fight against the black demonic beast. Their attacks constantly landed on the black demonic beast, causing it to cry out in pain. Loose immortal-level demonic beast. Seeing this demonic beast, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized the origin of this black demonic beast. Wandering Terror Bug. Chapter 495. An itinerant immortal wandering terror bug. There must be something good here. Maybe the god spirit herb is in this space. Lin Fei was overjoyed. From the ancient books, he knew that once any space lost a treasure, the wandering terror bug would automatically leave and not stay. Along the way, all the plants in the space had died. There was no way there was anything good. Since the itinerant immortal beast was still here, Lin Fei had reason to believe that there was a spirit herb. Moreover, it was a very old spirit herb. Roar! The wandering terror bug cried out loudly. With Walala sounds, the void shattered, astral winds whistling about. 10,000 miles away, Lin Fei could still feel the terror of the beast. What a terrifying beast! Just the sound wave attack alone is at the Emperor realm. If this was a human country, many people would die with just one roar. This was the first time Lin Fei saw an itinerant immortal beast. It was a rather terrifying existence among the beasts. Very quickly, Lin Fei's gaze landed on the mutated races. Three-eyed mutated race, rock mutated race, good fellow, they're all high-level mutated races. At a glance, the 7 mutated races were all high-level mutated races. Their strength was at the late stage of the Emperor realm. The others were at the peak stage of the Emperor realm. They were a very powerful force. But even with such strength, they were still at a disadvantage against the itinerant immortal beast. The wandering terror bug was too terrifying. With its powerful defense and murderous attacks, it constantly tore apart the alliance of the mutated races. The experts of the mutated races were in danger. Lin Fei knew that if he encountered it, he wouldn't have it easy. Late stage and peak Emperor realm weren't weak. If they worked together, they could kill whoever they wanted. After observing for a while, Lin Fei started a search for spirit herbs. With the appearance of the mutated races and wandering terror bugs, there must be spirit herbs around. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know. Sneaking forward, Lin Fei was very careful. 1,000 miles, nothing. 5,000 miles, nothing. 10,000 miles. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he found a plant. God's spirit herb. A word suddenly appeared in his mind. 10,000 miles away, on a cliff, a stalk of purple spirit grass stood proudly in the sky. There was not a single blade of grass around it. It was like a god looking down on the entire world. Lin Fei looked over and couldn't help but want to worship it. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly urged the Wisdom King to calm down. God's spirit grass, it said that it's formed from a god spirit and contains a supreme godly might. I was nearly struck by it from a distance of 10,000 miles. Other than God's spirit grass, there's nothing else. Lin Fei's spirit was strong. Among the sages, spiritual sustenance was to hypnotize the past. Emperors could also be hypnotized for a few breaths. Facing a plant, he almost lost himself. This stalk of divine herb, I'm taking it. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. After refining the divine grass, my spirit entrustment will be truly perfect. Only by combining immortal techniques will I be able to become stronger. I will be able to kill whoever I want. Lin Fei knew that this was an opportunity to strengthen himself. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another one. He must snatch that divine herb. If he couldn't snatch it, he might not be able to find another divine herb. An itinerant immortal demonic beast and 7 foreign race experts. This was a terrifying force. I can't be impulsive, otherwise I will become their target. Lin Fei's heart was anxious, but his rationality made him choose to remain calm. Master, let me go. Suddenly, Hairball came out. Usually, Hairball couldn't be found, and Lin Fei wouldn't be able to see her either. Hairball was still the same as before. In the end, she was still a foodie. Lin Fei came to a realization. How could I forget about this? With Hairball here, why should I put in so much effort? Hairball could travel through the void. A distance of 10,000 miles was a piece of cake for her. It was much easier than him. Hairball, when did you become so kind? Lin Fei knew Hairball's temperament very well. After being misled by Obsidian, she might not be so kind anymore. Hairball blinked. I will help you get the divine herb, and you will help me kill that Wanderer Terrorbug. Lin Fei immediately understood. Wanderer Terrorbug was a space monster. If Hairball ate it, it would definitely strengthen her ability. No wonder she was so eager to help him. This guy had learned to be smart. Okay, deal. Lin Fei agreed. However, I must consume the divine herb, otherwise I won't go. This itinerant immortal demonic beast was powerful. Lin Fei might not be able to kill it, and he might even be seriously injured. However, if he consumed the divine herb, there was a certain hope of killing it. Hairball was excited. Roar, don't worry, the divine herb will be here soon. Lin Fei landed on a mountain peak and concealed his figure. While observing the demonic beast war, he also paid attention to Hairball. Hairball is really powerful. I still can't compare to her ability to travel through the void. Lin Fei's attendant tried to capture Hairball's trace, but in the end, she disappeared after traveling through the void. Trap it, the high-leveled alien shouted. I'll go get the divine herb. Out of the 7 high-leveled aliens, 6 used formations to delay the other party, while the remaining 1 rushed towards the divine herb. They came from afar precisely for the divine herb. However, They didn't expect that there would be an itinerant, immortal demonic beast guarding it. They immediately fell into danger. Roar, the divine herb is mine. Hairball traveled through the void in one breath and shouted excitedly. She appeared near the divine herb, causing Lin Fei to vomit blood. Damn it! Would he die if he didn't say anything? The tree man alien flew into a rage. The divine herb is mine. Hairball rushed up and swallowed the divine herb in one gulp. She looked at him in disdain. Hee, it's mine. The tree man alien was shocked. Space monster, a itinerant, immortal demonic beast, was terrifying enough. Now that another space monster appeared, he felt like vomiting blood. Roar, roar, with the divine herb snatched away, the wandering terror bug roared and sent the 6 alien races flying. It tore through the void and appeared behind Hairball. It opened its mouth and bit down. Save me! Hairball was shocked. Her speed was extremely fast. In a few breaths, she landed on a mountain peak where Lin Fei was. Human, you deserve to die. The alien race caught up and was startled to see Lin Fei. Boom! The wandering terror bug spat out a mouthful of purple flames. The mountain peak was instantly burned, leaving behind a mess. Lin Fei rushed out in a sorry state. What a terrifying flame. A single attack almost burned him to death. Damn it. As expected of an itinerant, immortal demonic beast. Bang! The wandering terror bug was currently in a state of roar. Seeing that the other party had snatched away its item and didn't kill the other party, its huge body slammed down. Human, leave the divine herb behind. The 7 alien races also arrived. How could they let the human take away their item? Lin Fei felt great pressure. Hairball, you really know how to attract hatred, attracting all of them in one breath. Azure Dragon Battle Armor. Great protection art. With 2 layers of protection, Lin Fei grabbed the divine herb and ate it in front of everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was sent flying, and the huge mountain peak was smashed into pieces. Capture this human. Seeing the human eat the divine herb, their eyes turned red. It was like killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. This was an unforgivable crime, let alone such a peak-grade divine herb. In order to find this space, they had paid a huge price. But in the end, it was all for naught. They were unwilling, truly unwilling. Kill. In the ruins, Lin Fei felt carefree and relaxed. It was as if the heavens had sent down a will. My spiritual sense is getting stronger. Lin Fei was in a state of excitement. He didn't care about the injuries on his body. He rushed out and flew forward. The 7 alien race experts and the itinerant immortal demonic beast had already injured him. If it was someone else, Lin Fei would have died a long time ago. Luckily, he had the Azure Dragon Battle Armor and the Great Protection Art, which allowed him to block the attack. Time, I need time. The divine herb was being refined, and his spiritual sense was increasing rapidly. In a few breaths of time, his spiritual sense had reached the Imperial Realm, and it didn't stop. As Lin Fei's divine sense grew stronger, the distance he could extend his divine sense also increased. This is too magical. Pooh! Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Facing a group of experts that would shock anyone, Lin Fei's injuries weren't light. Even with the double defense, he couldn't block them forever. Seeing that they couldn't kill the human, the alien race experts were about to explode. When did such an expert appear in the human race? He could even withstand their attacks. My spiritual sense has reached the itinerant immortal level. The growth of his spiritual sense slowed down, but it was still increasing rapidly. However, it also allowed Lin Fei's spiritual sense to advance by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the itinerant immortal level. One could imagine how strong itinerant immortal's spiritual sense was. Facing this pursuit, Lin Fei's mind was clear and peaceful. He wasn't afraid or worried. Boom! An invisible door opened. With a thought, Lin Fei knew that his spiritual sense had reached the heaven immortal level. Heaven immortal level spiritual sense? Lin Fei was shocked. As this mysterious door opened, he seemed to understand a lot more. With a thought, his spiritual sense spread out, reaching 1,000,000 miles. 1,000,000 miles. 2 million miles, 3 million miles. Before consuming the divine herb, Lin Fei's spiritual sense stopped at a few 100,000 miles. 5 million miles. Lin Fei could clearly see the situation within 5 million miles. The demonic beasts were eating, the alien races were on guard, and everything was extremely eye-catching in front of Lin Fei. In reality, Lin Fei had encountered a huge opportunity this time. This wandering terrorbug had stayed in this space for a total of 10,000 years. It was waiting for the divine herb to reach 10,000 years. After consuming it, it would be able to transform into a human form. Once it succeeded, the divine power contained within the divine herb would strike fear in anyone. Unfortunately, the wandering terrorbug was careless. The divine herb that was almost 10,000 years old became Lin Fei's great tonic. Even though Lin Fei couldn't absorb the divine power, he could raise his spiritual sense to the heaven immortal level in one go. The spiritual sense of a heaven immortal level, even an itinerant immortal, could only reach 3 million miles. Only the strongest itinerant immortals could do that. Such a gap couldn't be made without becoming a heaven immortal. Lin Fei's divine sense had reached 5 million kilometers in radius. It had advanced by leaps and bounds, but at the same time, it was also a qualitative change. Lin Fei directly stopped and faced the group of people. Inadvertently, a divine might appeared on his face. Earlier, you chased me. Now it's my turn to deal with you. Spiritual sustenance. Chapter 496. Careful. This human has refined the divine spirit grass. Lin Fei's brows contained a trace of divine might like a high and mighty god. The seven were shocked that he had refined it so quickly. Not good, this is spirit power. The three-eyed one was the first to cry out. He cultivated spirit power and was extremely sensitive to such things. His spirit force gushed forth, causing the figures of the 7 members of the alien race to freeze. They became 7 puppets, each of them guarding their own hearts. His spirit is too strong. I was almost hypnotized. Block it, or we'll all suffer. One spirit sustenance caused the 7 alien emperors to panic. Who would have thought that a mere human spirit power would be this strong? After hypnotizing the 7 alien emperors, Lin Fei found a chance to attack. He didn't hesitate to use the 3,000 great slicing art. Combination immortal art to kill. A saber light flashed, and the 7 alien emperors' brows twitched. They could only watch helplessly as the other party slashed over, unable to block it. Bang, 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 the 7 alien emperors were killed by Lin Fei at the same time, along with their primordial spirits. Lin Fei was shocked. Damn, it died so quickly. After using the combination immortal art, Lin Fei thought that he would need a lot of time to kill them one by one. In the end, Lin Fei almost couldn't believe his own strength. He had killed the alien emperors so quickly. It was unbelievably fast. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the mission and advancing to the Mystic Saint realm. A dazzling Jingguang flashed. Lin Fei had finally reached the Saint realm, and his combat power increased greatly. Good, good, the heavens are helping me. Now, I can face the wandering terrorbugs head-on. Lin Fei thought that he would need a lot of time to kill the last few alien emperors. He didn't think that he would be able to kill them in one go. It was too easy. Roar! After killing the 7 alien emperors, the wandering terrorbugs also felt danger. Even though the roaming terrorbug was unable to shape-shift at this cultivation realm, it knew that the human before it was not to be trifled with. Even the outsiders were dead. However, the divine spirit grass was unwilling to accept that it had been eaten, and it charged over once more. Lin Fei did not dare to take the wandering terrorbugs charge head-on. He dodged and dodged. You want to sleep? He used spirit sustenance and used hypnosis. With his divine sense at this level, Lin Fei's hypnosis was extremely domineering. Killing intent surged forth, but halfway through, his speed clearly slowed down. His body also began to sway, as though he was about to fall asleep. In the next breath, he broke free. I can hypnotize emperors, but wandering immortals are still a bit difficult. Even though Lin Fei's spiritual sense had reached the level of a heavenly immortal, his strength was inferior to a heavenly immortal's. Lin Fei was very satisfied that his soul hypnosis was able to affect her. He did not stop and continued to use the 3,000 immortal technique, the Great Binding Technique. Lin Fei was prepared to exhaust this terror bug to death. An hour later, the 3,000 celestial techniques were used, and the wandering terror bug was on the brink of death. Just as it was about to die, Furball came out and used a divine ability to devour this huge creature in one go. Meanwhile, the wandering terror bug could only watch helplessly as it was eaten. Feels great. Hairball burped. Keep me in, I want to digest it. Lin Fei knew that this was the case. He was looking forward to what would happen after the digestion was successful. At the same time, he understood why Hairball was so anxious. It was probably because space beasts weren't easy to meet, which was why she was so anxious. She didn't even wait for it to die before charging out and eating it. The space is about to collapse. Lin Fei's large divine sense sensed the changes in the space. Rushing out of the broken space immediately collapsed, becoming a speck of dust in history. Before Lin Fei came back to his senses, Lin Fei had already left. If it weren't for the extra memory in his mind, Lin Fei would have mercilessly killed those non-human soldiers. After choosing a safe place, Lin Fei sat down and searched through the memories after refining the God Spirit Grass. The God Spirit Grass contains memories. Let me see what kind of memories it is hiding. Lin Fei had heard of such things before and read about them in books. This was the first time that Lin Fei had seen a God Spirit Grass containing memories. If he hadn't refined it, he might not have known about it in his entire life. In the depths of his memory, a memory surfaced. It was a very real memory. In the vast void, a godly spirit containing divinity faced the massive army. It raised its left hand, and a massive cauldron pressed down continuously, turning into a massive wave of energy that was devoured by the godly spirit in one gulp. Lin Fei was shocked. This was too terrifying. Every single one of those soldiers possessed unparalleled battle prowess. Even though they were just a memory, Lin Fei still felt immense pressure. If he faced them personally, just the pressure alone would be enough to crush him to death. Too strong. What is this place? Who are these people? The godly spirit suppressed the army and charged up, suppressing a few experts and swallowing them. The godly spirit's strength continued to rise. Heaven and earth smelt, refine everything, surpassing all peak martial arts in the world. A line of words that contained godly might jumped out and was deeply imprinted in Lin Fei's memory. Ding discovered unknown art. Learn? Lin Fei was shocked once more. Unknown art? Even the system can't evaluate it? This was the first time he had seen such a weird thing. Even the system couldn't evaluate it and showed that it was unknown. The God Spirit Grass contained a memory, and within the memory, there was a secret art. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel that he had encountered a legendary opportunity. After consuming the God Spirit Grass, Lin Fei felt that his luck was really good. He didn't expect to encounter another heaven-defying and tyrannical secret art. That majestic army could suppress and refine anything. Lin Fei's eyes were wide open as he watched. Learn. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully learning Heaven and Earth Smelt. The moment he learned the secret art, the memory in his mind disappeared. No matter how he searched, the memory disappeared as if it had never existed. If not for the fact that he had learned a secret art, Lin Fei would have suspected that he was dreaming. Could it be that the legends say that God Spirit Grass is born from God Spirits? Could be true. A guess popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Apart from this, there was no other reason he could come up with. Such a heaven-defying secret art was no less than a system. Even the deities in the heaven realm might not be able to learn it, right? Perhaps only God spirits had the right to learn it. Thereafter, Lin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Motherf asterisk cur. To think that he would end up like this, even after learning such a heaven-defying ultimate skill. Just how many powerful beings did he encounter to die in a place like this? The other party was so strong, but he was still killed in the end. If those people knew that this secret art had landed in his hands and was successfully learned, what would happen? They would definitely kill him and take away this secret art. Lin Fei had a rough guess in his heart. This was a god-tier martial art. As the name suggested, only god-tiers could learn it. After a series of worries, Lin Fei calmed down. I've already learned a god-tier martial art. What's there to be afraid of? That god spirit could be killed, but that doesn't mean that I will be killed. Besides, I have a system, so my chances of survival are high. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. After consuming some pills, his injuries recovered, and he wasn't in a hurry to leave. I wonder if I can refine the foreign races who kill their spirits and leave their physical bodies behind. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The heaven and earth smelt could refine all flesh and blood, store true energy, and raise one's strength. For those who had just reached the Saint Realm, their greatest weakness was their strength. Heaven and earth smelt, refine everything. Come out. Lin Fei formed a series of hand seals that dazzled the eyes. If someone was present, they would definitely be able to tell that the hand seals were filled with godly might. Boom! A fiery red cauldron jumped out and stood in the air, giving off a majestic aura. What a mysterious feeling. The moment the heaven and earth smelt appeared, Lin Fei could tell that it was extraordinary. It seemed like even if he attacked, he wouldn't be able to destroy it. After the shock, he took out the foreign races who killed their spirits and threw them into the heaven and earth smelt. He activated his true energy, and many mysteries gathered within. A clear current flowed into his body. True energy. I can actually absorb the true energy of foreign races. The few foreign race experts were refined, and Lin Fei's strength increased by quite a bit. The effects were even better than refining true energy crystals. Continue. There were many foreign race experts in the space, and they were all hypnotized. Even though they only had the strength of saints, they were all good stuff. After expanding his core lake, true energy surged. I feel like my entire body is filled with an inexhaustible amount of energy. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched out, causing a spatial crack to appear in the void. Lin Fei refined all the remaining foreign race experts in the space. His strength increased by 2 or 3 times. After experiencing the might of this martial technique, he experienced the strength of that deity. I have the Azure Dragon True Body and activated the Azure Dragon Bloodline. Before advancing to the heavenly immortal realm, I don't have to worry about my physical body exploding with veritable essence energy. I can refine and absorb it without worry. Lin Fei was in high spirits. With my current strength, I can kill as many as I meet an emperor. Even a first or second tribulation, loose immortal can forget about doing anything to me. In such a short time, Lin Fei's increase in strength could no longer be described as monstrous. Before 1 month is up, I will go kill more foreign race experts and fill up my core lake. After advancing to the Sage Realm, Lin Fei's core lake expanded. His strength increased by several times or even more than 10 times. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to fill up his veritable essence energy. Now, he finally had a use for it. Now that Lin Fei decided to kill the foreign race experts, the foreign races at the front lines were no longer at peace. Relying on spiritual sustenance and the unstoppable great slicing art, Lin Fei came and went without a trace. He specialized in refining the foreign race experts. In a few days, he killed 40 to 50 foreign race experts. Chapter 497. It was a barren and barren land. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were cautiously approaching a squad of foreign races. Catching them off guard, they suddenly attacked and easily killed them all. In a month's time, the 2 of them had been reborn. Their combat strength had greatly increased, and their spirits had also become stronger. They had tempered themselves in life and death situations and strengthened their spirits. I wonder how Lin Fei is doing. I'm very worried about him. Gao Difu couldn't help but say after collecting the spoils of war. Although Gao Difu's strength had greatly improved after a month of life and death situations, he still felt that there was a gap between him and Lin Fei. Don't worry, Brother Lin is so strong. As long as he doesn't encounter a large number of experts, he should be fine. Zhang Yong said this, but he was still worried in his heart. Right, it seems that an expert appeared in our human race recently and killed many foreign race experts. Do you think it's Lin Fei? Gao Difu hesitated. That shouldn't be possible. Zhang Yong said, actually, I don't know either. In any case, my first impression was that it was Lin Fei. But then again, what is Lin Fei's background? Why haven't I heard of this name among the younger generation? Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were both experts in this field, but they really hadn't heard of this name. Who knows? Maybe Lin Fei was born to be low-key. Gao Difu also couldn't find a reason. Let's rest for a while and continue to hunt foreign races. I feel that I'm about to advance to the late sage level. No need to go. A voice appeared out of nowhere behind them. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong quickly attacked, but were dispelled by the other party. Seeing Lin Fei, they were shocked. You're back. You guys have such a big reaction. Will you only be satisfied after killing me? The person who appeared behind them was naturally Lin Fei. He easily dispelled the attacks of the two sages. Gao Difu was shocked. You've advanced to sage level. What powerful strength. You suppressed us with one move. When he said this, he was obviously surprised. I was lucky. Lin Fei played it down. On the other hand, your strength improved very quickly. We killed many foreign races. Zhang Yong said, but compared to Brother Lin, the gap is too great. Standing in front of you, the difference is too great. After eating the divine grass, Lin Fei gained an additional layer of divine might. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong naturally felt some pressure. Your strength is still lacking. Lin Fei said, this is for you. Lin Fei took out a huge pile of true essence crystals. After killing a large number of foreign race experts, he had become quite wealthy. Taking out 10 million true essence crystals was nothing to him. For us, after a month of training, Gao Difu and Zhang Yong had consumed a lot of Zhenyuan crystals, and they were about to run out. At the front lines of the foreign races, Zhenyuan crystals had been used up, and they could only hunt the foreign races or exchange for them with battle merits. Keep it. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong did not stand on ceremony and accepted the true essence crystals. Let's go back. The fortress of the non-human kind. Did you hear? Lin Fei brought something that the non-human kind liked and harmed a team. I know about this. It is said that many people died. Like I said, the disciples of the Saint Church are all the same. It is said that the higher-ups are furious and want to punish Lin Fei. Punish? This is a rare occurrence. Could there be a reason behind it? Who knows? Anyway, the higher-ups have decided to punish the Saint Church. Maybe because the Saint Church is too influential, the higher-ups don't allow them to expand their influence. That makes sense. Let's watch the show. Groups of 3 to 5 people chatted with each other. The hottest topic was precisely this topic about Lin Fei. On the walls of the fortress, black-clothed soldiers patrolled back and forth. This was one of their daily tasks. Someone is coming back. One of the black-clothed soldiers said. When 3 silhouettes appeared, the black-clothed soldier was surprised. It seems that Lin Fei has returned from a mission. One fortress, one battlefront. Lin Fei directly returned to the fortress. That was why the black-clothed soldiers on the walls could return at the first moment. He still dares to return. Could it be that he is relying on the name of the Saint Church to do as he pleases? The black-clothed soldiers said angrily, I will inform the captain. The soldiers of the non-human kind, other than those arranged by the sex, were all ordinary people. There was a huge gap between the poor and the sections. It was a gap that could not be crossed. When the disciples of the Saint Church were in trouble, they were the happiest. For example, the black-clothed soldier who went down was Mahan, who was hypnotized by Lin Fei. This Mahan had some relationship with the captain. After being hypnotized and embarrassing himself, he bore a grudge. Now that he saw that Lin Fei had returned, he naturally wouldn't be polite and was prepared to teach Lin Fei a lesson. When Lin Fei returned to the fortress, He immediately felt that everyone's gaze was different. Brother Lin, the situation doesn't look good. Gao Difu transmitted his divine sense. He was obviously worried. I can see that too. Lin Fei said, after one's divine sense reached the heaven immortal realm, a gaze and a movement could be magnified infinitely. Their eyes were clearly gloating. Could it be that someone wanted to deal with him? Naturally, Lin Fei thought of the mission. Strange, there must be something strange. Look, the captain is here. The gloomy captain strode over and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Behind him were two black-clothed soldiers, one of which was Ma Han. Lin Fei, you still have the face to come back. Ma Han sneered, your skin is really thick. Lin Fei was unhappy with the atmosphere. Ma Han spoke again, slap yourself, don't stop. Ma Han lost control and fell into hypnosis. He slapped himself, the sound echoing throughout the fortress. Everyone was stunned. Ma Han was hypnotized again. Captain Feng Yun's expression sank again. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Quickly remove the hypnosis. This kind of person with a cheap mouth? I'm already giving him a chance by not letting him commit suicide. Lin Fei said indifferently. Why would he remove it? You. Feng Yun was furious. Lin Fei, how dare you attack a comrade? Take him down and send him to the confinement room. The front line of the outsiders was similar to an army. There were rules here. Once there was any violation, they would usually be locked up in the confinement room. This confinement room was not an ordinary confinement room. After going there once, you wouldn't want to go there a second time. It was abnormally terrifying. Captain Feng, what are you doing? Gao Difu was dissatisfied. That's right, give us an explanation. Zhang Yong also said, it was clearly Ma Han who provoked him first. Feng Yun had long received news that there were people from above who wanted to deal with the Saint Church. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had committed a crime and would be heavily punished. Now, no matter how he dealt with it, the higher-ups wouldn't have any objections. Very simple. Lin Fei violated the rules and tried to frame a comrade. Feng Yun said sternly, this kind of person isn't worthy of being locked up in the confinement room. Impossible. Gao Difu had always been brooding over this matter. Brother Lin wouldn't do such a thing. I can also prove that such a thing wouldn't happen. Zhang Yong also said. Lin Fei was very clear in his heart. As expected, there were people using this matter to make an issue out of it. This was clearly to deal with him. The only thing he didn't understand was whether the higher-ups wanted to deal with him or deal with the Saint Church that had connections with him. This was the main point. The rest were all fleeting clouds. Feng Yun didn't want to hear an explanation. Explanations are unnecessary. We will have people investigate. Now, take Lin Fei away. Not giving a chance, directly take him away. Wait, Lin Fei said loudly. Feng Yun said, why? You know that resistance is useless. Lin Fei shook his head and smiled. Are you sure you want to take me away? Don't tell me you still want to resist. Feng Yun couldn't wait for Lin Fei to act like this so that he could heavily injure Lin Fei. Hypnotizing Ma Han in front of him was clearly not giving him face. You are right. I really don't want to go to the confinement room. What a joke. How could he go to such a place? Lin Fei knew better than anyone that if he went to such a place, he would be unable to explain himself. Take him down. Two black-clothed warriors took a step forward, grabbing at him from the left and right. Lie down. Lin Fei didn't move, and the two black-clothed warriors lay on the ground without saying a word. With his divine sense reaching this level, Lin Fei could hypnotize the other party with a single word. This was an ability that could only be obtained when one's spirit reached the limit. Spirit sustenance was a spirit immortal art. It was incomparably powerful. This Lin Fei is too strong. He hypnotized them just like that. Those who were rejoicing in Feng Yun's misfortune were all shocked. Captain Feng Yun's subordinates were all saint level, but even so, they were still hypnotized in front of him. What a powerful spirit hypnosis! Feng Yun's heart trembled. He had still underestimated this Lin Fei. After taking a closer look, he discovered that Lin Fei had also advanced to profound sage, but his cultivation realm was blurry. He couldn't see clearly. Dragon Tiger capture. Feng Yun attacked in anger. a ferocious tiger in his left hand and a long dragon in his right. The dragon and tiger released their might, wanting to subdue Lin Fei on the ground, and then escort him to the confinement room. You lie down for me, too. Feng Yun's strength had also reached the late-stage saint level. It was more than enough to be a captain, but it was far from enough to deal with Lin Fei. Before he could resist, he was hypnotized. "Brother Lin, this isn't good," Zhang Yong said worriedly. "What's not good about it? It's obvious that someone wants to frame Brother Lin." F***CK that captain, Gao Difu cursed. "If it were me, I would also give them a good beating. There's nothing to worry about." Lin Fei was very calm. "It's just a captain." After his strength improved greatly, and he had refined divine herbs, Lin Fei's temperament had also changed a lot. It should be said that he had been influenced imperceptibly. It seemed like he didn't need to endure anything. If they were beaten, they were beaten, and if they were killed, they were killed. Everything was up to his heart. He no longer restricted himself, and all the rules could go to hell. After Lin Fei hypnotized them, he didn't care anymore, allowing them to make a fool of themselves, unless they could break free from the hypnosis. If they didn't consume divine herbs, it would be very easy for them to break free. But the power of a Heaven Immortal's divine sense hypnosis was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hypnotize them so easily. Who is Lin Fei? A group of black-clothed warriors broke through the air. Their bodies were filled with a vicious aura, and they ignored the scene in front of them. "I am." The leader of the black-clothed warriors said, "We are the investigation team of the foreign races. We are investigating the matter of you being a foreign race spy. Please come with us." Lin Fei smiled. "Looks like everyone is waiting for me. But isn't this crime a bit too big?" The crime of a foreign race spy. They really knew how to make such a big crime. Even a stupid person would know that someone wanted to frame him. To dare to use this crime to frame him, it meant that they didn't want him to have an easy time. Lin Fei didn't remember offending anyone. It seemed like it was for no reason. He really couldn't think of anyone who wanted to deal with him. In his heart, Lin Fei wasn't very angry. It seemed like everything was just a small matter. "You guys are framing me. Why don't you suspect that we are foreign race spies?" Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were about to die from anger. A seemingly unimportant matter had blown up to this point. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would also doubt whether this scene was real. "The two of you, stop talking." Lin Fei stopped the two of them from continuing. "I will go with you guys. I want to know how the crime of me being a foreign race spy came about." The show was already here. If he didn't play with them, it would be too boring. Other than that, Lin Fei also wanted to know who was scheming behind this. This kind of people who were like poisonous snakes. He had to find them one by one, beat them all to death, and never be able to scheme again for the rest of their lives. Lin Fei hated all kinds of conspiracies. The black-clothed warriors were also unwilling to force Lin Fei. The four sages were hypnotized. There were also sages. They didn't want to be hypnotized. They had to maintain a certain level of vigilance towards hypnosis. When Lin Fei left, many people followed, especially those who were free. If the crime of a foreign race spy was confirmed, it was definitely not a good thing. They might even be killed on the spot. This was the rule of the foreign race since ancient times. No one could change it. "Damn, let's hurry up and follow." Gao Difu and Zhang Yong immediately chased. At this critical moment, they were still witnesses. They could prove Lin Fei's innocence. If not for Lin Fei, they could forget about coming back alive. There was also the tempering between life and death. Good news, good news. Lin Fei has been taken away. This time he's dead for sure. Musher pushed open the door sadly. Striding in, there was no need to mention how excited she was. That brat Lin Fei's life is really tough. He still didn't die. Musher said sorrowfully. Luckily we arranged a crime. If not for the orders from above, it would have been really difficult for us to use this crime. They originally wanted to make an issue of the other party murdering their team member. But after the two of them moved their lips, they became the foreign race spy they saw now. If it was the one above, he would at most be beaten to the charge camp. But if the foreign race spy was confirmed, he would be killed on the spot. Ruthless enough, vicious enough. They realized that compared to the commander, they were too benevolent. The commander killed Lin Fei with a single strike, not giving Lin Fei any chance to retaliate. Lin Fei didn't resist? Musher's hero asked. Musher smiled sorrowfully. Resist? Does he dare to resist? Doesn't he still have to leave obediently, unless he wants to be killed on the spot? Chapter 498. P.S. Thank you Luo Yuxuan for your 10,000 tips and yesterday's fragrance. Congratulations to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the first sect leader. Thank you for your support along the way. Lin Fei followed them to a huge fortress. The huge black fortress was like a huge palace. Lin Fei knew that this was the place where the commanders of the Outsiders' frontline lived. The frontline of the Outsiders was endless, and each commander was in charge of a place. Each commander was a lord, and some were big and some were small. Lin Fei remembered that the commander of this fortress was a commander called the Evil Monarch. He commanded an army of 500,000 and could be considered a great duke. Lin Fei wanted to know how many troops there were in the Outsiders' battlefield and how many commanders there were. However, after asking around, he couldn't count it all. There were too many commanders, junior commanders, senior commanders. Go in. The black-clothed warrior was very polite. If it was an ordinary person, he might have directly scolded him or tried to take advantage of him. Lin Fei was an exception. He walked into the fortress. Lin Fei recognized this fortress. It was also a spatial Xintian spirit treasure that could accommodate a large number of people inside a small space. This small was for outsiders, but in reality, it was very big. Acquaintances. Lin Fei saw acquaintances one by one. These acquaintances were his teammates who had escaped from the outsiders' attack. Of the 10 teammates who had been killed, there were a total of 3 in front of him, for had died at the hands of the outsiders. The remaining 3 were the captain and vice captain, a St. Hall disciple, and adding Gao Difu and Zhang Yong, there were exactly 10 of them. Seeing the 3 of them, Lin Fei was very disappointed. However, thinking about it, it was normal. If the higher-ups wanted to deal with him, it should be said that someone wanted to deal with him. That person must have a lot of power, or else the captain and vice captain wouldn't have changed their words. In a world where the strong were respected, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If the captain and vice captain didn't change their words, then what was power? It was only reasonable for them to change their words. Lin Fei's appearance was first noticed by the captain and vice captain. Their eyes flashed with guilt, but then they became natural again. Being a disciple of the Holy Church didn't count for much. They weren't official, and when faced with a future that was related to themselves, they would rather choose their future. As for the other disciple from the St. Hall, he didn't even have the right to speak, unless he wanted to die on the outsiders' battlefront. Their hearts are empty, and there are flaws. They should be guilty. With his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei instantly perceived their intentions, and he was in a bad mood. "You're Lin Fei." A white-robed warrior sitting on a throne in front of him shouted loudly. His aura was tremendous, and with a single sentence, the space around him trembled. One look, and one could tell that this person was extremely powerful, having killed many experts of the foreign races. Lin Fei's spirit was strong, and the other party's words were like thunder, but no rain, not worth mentioning. "I'm Lin Fei." His words were neither servile nor overbearing. A strange gleam flashed in the eyes of the white-robed warrior. He knew better than anyone else that when he spoke earlier, he had used his spirit force to show his strength. For ordinary people, their spirit would crumble and they would immediately confess their crimes. From Lin Fei, the white-robed warrior could sense a dangerous aura. "Someone reported that you were a spy from the foreign races. What do you have to say?" The white-robed warrior's tone changed. The black-robed warrior couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. When did his boss ask for a reason? Last time, his boss killed a spy from the foreign races. They suspected that either the sun rose from the west, or Lin Fei had a powerful background behind him. After refining the divine grass, although Lin Fei couldn't inherit the divine might of the divine grass, his body still contained some divine might. The white-robed warrior felt a sense of danger. "Many thanks for giving me a chance." Lin Fei spoke. "Can I ask them something?" "Sure." This was the first time the white-robed warrior was interested in a disciple from the Holy Church. Lin Fei's gaze turned and landed on the two captains. I want to know who ordered you to do this and why. He hypnotized them with his spiritual sustenance. The two captains only had the strength of sage. Spirit hypnosis. The white-robed warrior was startled and returned to normal. The captain and vice captain hypnotized Lin Fei and said to himself, Lin Fei, it's not that we want to deal with you. The higher-ups promised that after we falsely accuse you, we can become a squadron leader. We didn't see clearly who brought the Tianluo route. For the sake of our future, we can only wrong you. Who arranged it? Lin Fei continued to ask. We knew it was a captain of the Mu clan. They took the initiative to contact us. Someone from the higher-ups wants to deal with you. With the spirit hypnosis at this point, there was no need to continue. The captain and vice captain immediately woke up and realized that they had said something they shouldn't. They were dejected. Is this explanation enough? Lin Fei's words were clearly directed at the white-robed warrior. The white-robed warrior looked at him in a new light. What a good spirit hypnosis. Even a sage was hypnotized by you. Are you interested in being my personal guard? The captain and vice captain were shocked. The black-robed warrior was shocked. Lin Fei was also surprised. The white-robed warrior was a commander under Xiejun. No one could refuse this kind of guidance. If he became a personal guard, he would become a captain with great power. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Fei politely refused. Becoming a personal guard? What a joke. He had never thought of it. There was no anger on the white-robed warrior's face. Take them away and investigate this matter. I want to know who is causing trouble. With an order, the black-robed warrior pounced forward like a wolf. The captain and vice captain, as well as the disciples of the St. Hall, had a drastic change in expression. We were wrong. Spare us. The black-robed warrior rushed forward, captured them, and immediately took them away. You can go now. Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, the white-robed warrior spoke first. Lin Fei didn't move. I want to know, is the Mu clan's people from the Mu clan empire? You know it yourself. Why ask again? Thanks. Lin Fei turned around and went out. When he turned his back, his eyes flashed with killing intent. It's your Mu clan's people again. If I don't kill you this time, I'm not Lin Fei. Commander, are we just going to let Lin Fei leave like this? After Lin Fei left, a black-robed warrior emerged with a face full of doubts. He seemed to be wondering why they didn't suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei is a person who can't be seen through. His sage strength gives me a sense of danger. The white-robed warrior said frankly. It could be seen that the black-robed warrior was a confidant and was not afraid of it being spread out. The people of Blackstone have gone too far. Let Lin Fei go and make trouble. At the same time, he will know that the people under Xiejun are not easy to bully. They shouldn't stretch their hands so far. Will Lin Fei really make a move? The black-robed warrior doubted. You take some people with you. If Lin Fei can't beat them, then you take action and bring them back. The white-robed warrior ordered. They won't dare to not give me face. Understood. The black-robed warrior answered. Lin Fei, you finally came out. We were worried to death. When Lin Fei came out of the fortress, Gao Difu and Zhang Yong flew up and breathed a sigh of relief. What could happen to me? Lin Fei said with a smile. Gao Difu said, just now we were still worried. We heard from others that the commander called Mad Lion has a bad temper and is not easy to negotiate with. So the white-robed warrior is called Mad Lion. Lin Fei said, no wonder he has demonic aura. Commander Mad Lion is one of the 8 great generals under Xiejun, Zhang Yong added. It is said that among the 8 great generals, he is the only demon beast incarnation. Do any of you know that there are people with the surname Mu in that fortress? Lin Fei asked the two. Mu clan disciple? I know. Gao Difu remembered. I remember that there are Mu clan disciples in the Blackstone Fortress, and several of them hold certain positions. Could it be that they did something behind the scenes? It should be. Lin Fei did not hide it. I'm going to settle the score with them. Brother Lin, count me in. Count me in too. Those bastards from the Mu clan dared to backstab us. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were furious. Ever since they came back, They had the idea of relying on Lin Fei. Especially since they came out safely, they accelerated their determination. All right, Lin Fei did not refuse. With his wisdom, he had already guessed it. In this world, who doesn't need a group of helpers? Who doesn't need a group of friends? I will lead the way. The three of them soared into the sky and headed straight for the Blackstone Fortress. In the crowd, someone was preparing to sneak away, but he was suppressed by a group of black-robed warriors. Hee, leaking information? That's not good at all. Commander is right. That brat Lin Fei is really going to cause a ruckus. I have to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, it would make our evil monarch lose face. The Blackstone Fortress was a full 10 million li away from the evil monarch fortress. With their current strength, a distance of 10 million li was not a very long distance. For them, it was a piece of cake. Soon, the dividing line appeared. If not for the invasion of the foreign races, the various fortresses did not prohibit entry. After all, there were all kinds of transactions in each fortress. Lin Fei and the other two smoothly entered the Blackstone Fortress. Gao Difu took the initiative to inquire and immediately found useful information. In this aspect, he was an expert. Brother Lin, I have found out that the Blackstone Fortress is the headquarters of the Mu clan disciples. Gao Difu returned and said, in the Blackstone Fortress, they hold the positions of squadron leaders and senior captains, which can be considered to have power. On the front line of the foreign races, the squad leaders could do whatever they wanted, not to mention the squadron leaders and senior captains who controlled a large number of subordinates. Without leading troops, one would not know how powerful they were. From squadron leaders and senior captains, it could be seen that the power of the Mu clan disciples in the Blackstone Fortress was not weak at all. No wonder it could become the headquarters. Who was the senior captain? Lin Fei immediately had a plan. The Mu clan's hero. Gao Difu smiled and said, I used 10,000 Jinyuan crystals, and they said everything. Among the Mu clan disciples, everyone follows the Mu clan's hero as the leader. Let's go meet this Mu clan's hero and see if he is a hero or a coward. Only people like Lin Fei could say such words. No one else had the guts to say it. Chapter 499. In front of us is the 5,000-man army camp controlled by the Mu clan hero. The foreign races were the same as the armies on Earth. All of them were military camps. The Mu clan hero was a captain and also controlled a camp. There were not many people, only 5,000. 10,000 people were enough to be commanders. Controlling 5,000 was the limit. The 5,000 people were all experts at profound sect and above. So the Mu clan hero was very powerful. Let's fight our way in. Gao Difu had been through life and death training for the past month, so he was especially hot-tempered. He was also hot-blooded and impulsive, but he didn't think too much about it. He was purely hot-blooded. Zhang Yong said, wouldn't that be bad? They were the evil monarch's men, so rashly fighting their way in would not be a good thing. Lin Fei said indifferently, it's fine, Commander Kuang Shi has already tacitly agreed. As long as we do not lose face, they will not sit idly by. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were shocked. What? The commander has tacitly agreed. From the Wild Lion commander's explanation, Lin Fei knew that this was a form of tacit approval. If he failed, he wouldn't have a good time. But if he succeeded, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. After one's strength increased, this change could be seen at a glance. From this, there was another explanation. Blackstone Fort seemed to have gone overboard. As for what it was, Lin Fei could guess a thing or two. It should be about him being framed. Lin Fei was not a commander, but he knew that commanders would not get along well with each other. Blackstone Fort had crossed the line this time. Fuck them. Gao Difu rubbed his fists. Watch me fight my way in. The only way to enter the camp was to fight their way in. This kind of thing had happened before, especially this time. Lin Fei and the others were in the right. No matter what happened, they would be the ones to suffer. Lin Fei was not worried at all. Since there was a Commander Kuang Shi, he would naturally clean up the mess for him. Even if he could not, there was still the commander, Evil Monarch. What was there to worry about? Who are you? You are not allowed to enter. At the entrance of the camp, two profound sect experts blocked a group of people. Scram! Gao Difu made his move. With a roar, he sent the two guards flying. Mu Clan hero, get the hell out here. After a long roar, Gao Difu charged in and unleashed a tyrannical fist technique. Every time he attacked, fist winds and fist shadows would be everywhere, sending the people charging at him flying. However, none of them were killed. If he killed someone, things would be different. For people of their level, getting injured was no different from drinking water. It was no big deal. I will go too. Zhang Yang's blood was boiling as he watched. After leaving behind these words, he also let out a long roar and charged into the crowd, joining forces to deal with the subordinates of the Mu Clan hero. These two guys are even more impatient than me. Lin Fei did not stop Gao Difu and Zhang Yang from attacking, allowing them to do as they pleased. This was a good opportunity for him to continue tempering himself. This was a camp of 5,000 people, so there would definitely be some experts. Lin Feng were as he was. Lily Feng was 1,000 Chun. In a camp of 5,000 people, there would definitely be experts. Lin Fei just had to prevent them from appearing. This cultivation trip was beneficial to the two of them and allowed them to break all sorts of rules. After a month of life and death training, they have improved greatly. Their fist techniques contain killing intent, and their spirit force has also become stronger. Lin Fei had reached this realm and cultivated the 3,000 immortal arts and absolute arts. His horizons were broadened, and he was more knowledgeable. He could see the changes in their martial arts. If they're nurtured well, they should be able to become experts. Lin Fei had a lot of resources, and nurturing experts was not a problem. After learning the absolute arts, he was even more eager to nurture them. Someone broke into the camp, and the alarm rang out. Everyone ran out. Damn, people from the evil monarch fortress. How audacious. Everyone attack together and take them down. Kill them and let them know how powerful our Blackstone fortress is. When the experts of the camp came out and saw this scene, their anger soared. Especially when they saw many people being beaten to the ground. They roared. A black mass of experts rushed over. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong felt the pressure. The ones attacking now were the elites of the camp. The two of them did not panic. Life and death training was not an exaggeration. The two of them worked together and blocked the first wave of attacks. Facing over 100 elite experts, they were already injured after blocking the first wave of attacks. Haha, we blocked it. Elite experts? I don't think they are that strong. The second wave of attacks came. This time, they were clearly going to heavily injure them. Lin Fei had been paying attention and did not make a move during the first wave. He calculated that they would be able to block it, but the second wave might not. His figure flashed, and he rushed up, one in each hand, pulling them behind him. Scram! A violent and direct punch disintegrated all the attacks, sending close to 100 experts flying. This scene fell into the eyes of many people. Many people knew that someone had broken into the camp, and many people gathered outside to watch the show. There was more than one camp in the Blackstone Fortress. There were many camps of various sizes. Mu family hero, you son of a bitch. You have the guts to find people to frame me. Why don't you have the guts to come out now? Lin Fei let out a long roar and gained the upper hand. His voice resounded in the sky above the camp and spread out in all directions. A person who purely used force was not a successful person. Lin Fei liked violence, but he also liked to use intelligence. By gaining the upper hand, Lin Fei was already in an invincible position. No matter how the Mu family hero explained, he had already been prejudiced and had no choice but to believe him. F***CK, there is such a thing. Is it real or fake? Who is this kid? Slander. This is definitely slander. The surrounding people jeered. Stop him, quickly stop him. The people in the camp were all furious. They rushed up in unison, forming a black mass. There were no less than 1,000 people, and their impact was strong. Such a crushing force would give anyone a headache. The Mu family hero was their captain, so they naturally would not allow him to be slandered. More than 1,000 people attacked, and there were even some elites among them. That definitely came with anger. That kid is dead for sure. Too arrogant. No one thought that the other party could withstand this wave of attacks. Lin Fei, watch out! Gao Difu and Zhang Yong shouted. Facing 1,000 people, including mystic grandmasters, mystic venerables, saints, and emperors, anyone would be afraid. Just in time. I want to test the limits of my spiritual sustenance. Lin Fei let out another long roar. The spiritual sustenance was unleashed, covering the black mass of experts. The long roar reached its limit. More than 1,000 experts from the camp gathered together. It was a terrifying force, and their minds were strong as well. Only someone like Lin Fei would dare to attack. Whoosh! The silent spiritual hypnosis swept out like a wave. One was hypnotized, then two, then three. Lin Fei went all out, trying to hypnotize them all. More than 1,000 experts from the camp were hypnotized one by one. They fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Breathing steadily, they fell asleep. The black mass dispersed in an instant, and the sky became clear again. It was a good day. What did I see? They've all been hypnotized. This is too scary. Since when did the evil lord have such a powerful expert? More than 1,000 people were hypnotized. He's definitely a spiritual grandmaster. Everyone was stunned. The scene of the other party's defeat did not appear. Instead, the camp experts were hypnotized. Even an emperor might not be able to hypnotize them all in one go. They remembered this young man immediately. This young man could hypnotize thousands of experts from the camp. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of fear. The military experts were all stunned. They could not believe what they saw. More than 1,000 experts were hypnotized just like that. Mu Clan hero, do you only know how to be a coward? Lin Fei shouted. If you don't come out, I'll hypnotize the entire camp. I think you should change your name to Mu Clan Black Bear instead of Mu Clan Hero. Ha ha ha. Shocked. They were shocked again. Lin Fei, don't go too far. The Mu Clan Hero was finally forced out. From the moment Gao Difu and Zhang Yong fought their way in, the Mu Clan Hero knew. He didn't make a move because he wanted his subordinates to take care of them. More than 1,000 experts were hypnotized. The Mu Clan Hero had lost all his face. If word got out, he would be laughed at. That was why he didn't come out. In reality, he was panicking. Right now, Lin Fei wanted to hypnotize his remaining subordinates. The Mu Clan Hero had no choice but to come out. If this continued, his position as a captain would come to an end. Commander He sure wouldn't allow someone like him to continue tarnishing the fort's reputation. Replacing him would be the wisest choice. The Mu Clan Hero had to stop him. You're finally willing to come out. Lin Fei's gaze was like lightning. This was the first time the Mu Clan Hero saw Lin Fei. This was a guy that he had spent so much effort to deal with. Lin Fei, how dare you, daring to cause trouble in the army camp. This is not putting Commander He on his face. The Mu Clan Hero was also cunning. He didn't mention what had happened before and instead brought up He. Lin Fei stepped into the air. Don't bring up some big shot. I'll just ask you one question. Were you the one who did this? Lin Fei, who allowed you to barge into the camp. Just as Lin Fei was forcing his hand, Mu Sorrow let a group of subordinates down. Without saying a word, he attacked Lin Fei. He knew this very well. When Lin Fei attacked, the heroes of the Mu Clan immediately notified the other Mu Clan disciples to prepare to fight against Lin Fei together. He is the Mu Clan hero, Gao Difu reminded. Lin Fei swept his gaze. You guys captured the Mu Clan hero. With just a gaze, the subordinates of the Mu Clan hero were hypnotized. They turned around and surrounded the Mu Clan hero. The Mu Clan hero deserved to be unlucky as he brought the strongest subordinates of the camp. Stop! I want all of you to stop. The Mu Clan hero was furious. He hurriedly went a block. Chapter 500. After hypnotizing over 1,000 experts from the army, Lin Fei's divine sense was still very strong. The divine sense of a sky immortal had long since entered another realm. It wasn't something the divine sense of anyone below sky immortal could compare to. More importantly, the 3,000 immortal arts, spiritual entrustment, were immortal arts. When one's divine sense reached the sky immortal level, it was different in nature. When spiritual entrustment was used by Lin Fei, It truly had the power of an immortal art. Why didn't he hypnotize Mu's sorrow? Lin Fei felt that it would be too easy for him. Being surrounded by his own subordinates, being restricted in every way, and not daring to fight back. There was nothing better than this. Only an idiot would hypnotize a Mu clan disciple. Happiness was built on their pain. Lin Fei, you're too despicable. Mu Sorrow was injured in just a moment. His bloodshot eyes were about to spurt blood as he cursed Lin Fei more than 100 times. Facing his own subordinates, he couldn't kill them, nor could he suppress them. He couldn't think of anything more painful than this. Lin Fei hypnotized them. These subordinates, who were usually very strong, had their minds blank, allowing them to unleash their full power. I learned this from you, Lin Fei said calmly. You dared to use the crime of being an outsider spy to frame me. Can I return the favor? You'd better enjoy this kind of treatment. It's not something that anyone can enjoy. The people below had never seen such a domineering person before. He didn't even need to do anything. His opponent was already panicking like a clown. How many people could do something like this? The hypnotists in the army, facing Lin Fei's dominance, all lowered their heads in unison. This was true hypnosis. What did their hypnosis count for? It could be said that it didn't count for anything. Normally, they were proud of it, but now they felt ashamed. Sorrow, let me help you. Mu Clan Lai and Mu Clan Jiaming received the notice and hurried over. Seeing Sorrow surrounded, they hurried over to help. Leave! Don't come over! Mu Sorrow shouted. Lin Fei's hypnosis was too terrifying. They were just his subordinates. They couldn't be hypnotized. As soon as they appeared, Lin Fei knew. They were all disciples of the Mu clan and had a certain amount of power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought a group of subordinates with them. Lin Fei hypnotized them all and repeated the sad scene of the Mu clan. The Mu clan's disciples all had high statuses, yet at this moment, they were all toyed with by Lin Fei alone. You coward of the Mu clan, you didn't expect this, did you? Lin Fei retracted his gaze and looked at the hero of the Mu clan. You're so ruthless. The hero of the Mu clan really wanted to help, but Lin Fei was like a ticking time bomb. He didn't dare to act rashly. What do you want me to do to make you stop? Don't force my hand. Lin Fei disapproved. You only have the strength of an emperor. I didn't ask you not to make a move. I can hypnotize them, so I can hypnotize you too. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if I, Lin Fei, can do it. The hero of the Mu clan hesitated. He had never thought that a single person could force him to the point where he didn't dare to do anything. The thousands of people below were hypnotized, constantly provoking the hero of the Mu clan. He knew that he had lost all face today and had become the biggest joke of the Blackstone Fortress. Lin Fei wanted to constantly force the hero of the Mu clan to do something. When dealing with a person, it wasn't best to kill them with a single strike. Instead, it was best to constantly attack them and destroy their spirit. But how many people could do this? It could be said that there were very few people who could do this. Lin Fei had done it. The hero of the Mu clan was about to collapse. Kneel down and apologize. Lin Fei laughed. Kneel down, and I can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened. The hero of the Mu clan was enraged. Dream on. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei shook his head. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then, I will do it myself. He took a step forward, and his divine sense crushed over. The hero of the Mu clan was already prepared. As soon as his divine sense attacked, his vision darkened. He realized that things weren't good. A large hand pressed down from the sky, and a towering mountain pressed down on him. Bang! With a putong sound, the hero of the Mu clan knelt down on the hard stone floor. The surrounding area immediately caved in. I will kill you. The hero of the Mu clan had a ferocious expression as he struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Lin Fei's motionless king had suppressed the hero of the Mu clan, leaving him unable to resist at all. The hero of the Mu clan, who had the strength of an emperor, was suppressed with a wave of his hand. The entire camp was in an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. Facing the powerful Lin Fei, they didn't dare to make a move. The people outside were completely silent. To suppress the hero of the Mu clan with a single move, they knew that they couldn't do it. He was too strong. Kill me? You should think about yourself. Lin Fei pressed down. The hero of the Mu clan was in great pain. Tell everyone what you did to me, and I will let you go. Lin Fei wanted the hero of the Mu clan to personally admit it. Don't even think about it. The hero of the Mu clan clenched his teeth and stubbornly persisted. Since when did the subordinates of the evil monarch dare to attack the people of our black stone fortress? In the sky, a huge black war boot stepped down towards Lin Fei. It was obvious that it wanted to trample Lin Fei down. Finally, someone can't stand it anymore. Lin Fei turned his hand and punched. The fist intent was monstrous and hit the black war boot. The huge war boot projection shattered like a piece of glass. The hero of the Mu clan below was delighted. Lin Fei, you are finished. I didn't expect that you would provoke one of the 8 generals under Commander He Shi. Commander Lei Jun. A middle-aged man in silver armor appeared in the sky. Lightning revolved around his body, and he was filled with a violent aura. This person was one of the 8 generals. Lei Jun, wake up! A deafening voice quickly exploded in everyone's heart. The hypnotized experts of the army also woke up one by one. Their expressions were ugly. Lin Fei didn't stop it and single-handedly suppressed the hero of the Mu clan. What a powerful thunder power. This person is clearly an itinerant immortal, a tribulation itinerant immortal. He hypnotized them. The strength of an emperor couldn't wake them up. Only an itinerant immortal could. An itinerant immortal who cultivated thunder power was born to wake people up more easily than ordinary people. Commander Lei is here. It seems that this kid can't be arrogant anymore. That kid's hypnotic power is very overbearing. But if he meets Commander Lei, he may not be able to use it. Thunder power is the easiest to resist mind hypnosis. When Lei Jun, one of the 8 generals under He Shi, appeared, everyone seemed to think that the situation was one-sided. As for Lin Fei blocking Commander Lei's kick, they all ignored it. In the crowd, someone saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. The situation was not good. Commander Lei Jun had appeared. Chapter 501. As one of the 8 generals under Commander He Shi, Lei Jun rarely showed up. Usually, he was either cultivating or killing aliens to improve his strength. After all, in the face of aliens, strength was the key. Everything else was meaningless. As one of the 8 generals, Lei Jun had many friends, and many of them had been through life and death with him. At the same time, he owed all kinds of favors. Today, he taught a nameless person a lesson. He owed his friend a favor. He thought that it would be easy to deal with him, and he could return the favor. The result was unexpected. This guy, who only had the strength of a sage, was not hypnotized by his thunder sound. It was the first time that Lei Jun had encountered this. As a general, Lei Jun cultivated a thunder sound technique. Not only could he wake up the hypnotized person, but he could also hypnotize them. He was also a powerful spiritual hypnosis master. Just now, the 2 of them fought invisibly. The other party's mind was very strong, and he could resist the thunder sound hypnosis. It was rare. Lei Jun finally understood why his old friend wanted him to attack. He didn't understand when Evil King had such an expert. This person was not simple. Commander Lei, he is too much. The Mu family helped him and faced Commander Lei. Lei Jun glared. Trash, a bunch of trash. What a disgrace. Although the Mu family had established an empire, in Lei Jun's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Let go of the Mu family hero, and I won't hurt you. Lei Jun rarely spoke like this, but everyone could hear his anger. In the Blackstone Fortress, a captain was suppressed. It would be a joke if it was spread out. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If I let him go, just because you want me to, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? When they laid their hands on me back then, they should have thought that such a day would come. I remember there's a saying, those who come out to make a living will have to pay for what they have done. Did the commander have to give him face? If Lin Fei said he wouldn't give it, then he wouldn't. If he broke into the military camp, the commander of the Blackstone Fortress might not have a good impression of him in the future. Since that was the case, why should he give him face? Although the commander in front of him had the strength of an individual immortal and cultivated the power of thunder, Lin Fei was not afraid. How dare you? The other party didn't know what was good for him. Lei Jun didn't want to attack, but for some reason, he got angry after hearing it. Thunderous roar. Lei Jun appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lightning flashed, and a huge thunder hand grabbed down, tried to suppress Lin Fei. Commander Lei has made his move. With San personally taking action, everyone's attention was attracted. Hua Hua. Lin Fei grabbed the hero of the Mu clan and retreated. His sword intent tore apart the lightning barrier, and his heaven immortal divine sense activated the Godslayer technique to crush his opponent. The Godslaying technique itself was a divine sense secret technique. Now that it was activated by a heaven immortal's divine sense, its power was extraordinary. Lei Jun's expression changed slightly, and almost no one noticed this change. A single God-slaying method, even with the strength of a loose immortal, would be difficult to deal with, and there would be a certain degree of fear. Commander Lei, what do you mean by attacking our people? As soon as the Thunder Army stopped, a group of people appeared and blocked in front of Lin Fei. They were the subordinates of the Berserk Lion Warrior. This sentence was too vicious. Seeing Kwangshi's subordinates appear, Lei Jun knew that he could not make a move today. When Kwangshi went crazy, he would not be easy to deal with. Brat, are you all right? Black Lion turned his head and said, I'm Kwangshi's subordinate. With one sentence, he pointed out his own identity. I'm fine, he can't hurt me. Lin Fei laughed. It was not surprising that Kwangshi had arranged for someone to appear. It would be strange if he did not appear. Of course, Black Lion would not sit back and watch. Lin Fei had won glory for them and had tormented the entire camp. If he did not make a move, the boss would be the first to scold him to death. Lin Fei did not want to fight with this Lei Jun, in case he revealed his divine abilities. The God-slaying method was enough to make Lei Jun afraid. Black Lion, this person cannot leave. Lei Jun's tone was unyielding. Black Lion was not afraid. I want to take them all away. Our boss wants me to tell you. Don't force him to do it himself. There was no need for a reason. He was going to take them away. Lei Jun's face twitched, as if he was afraid of something. The Mu clan's hero must stay. Kwangshi spoke. Lei Jun could not do anything, and the Mu clan's hero could not be brought back. Otherwise, what would happen? Black Lion said to Lin Fei, You've already vented your anger. Return this person to them. Lin Fei had indeed vented his anger, and did not plan to bring the Mu clan's hero back. Even if he was willing, the other party might not agree. This was a matter of face, and since the other party had spoken, he had to give them face. No problem, I can let him go. With a swing of his hand, he threw the Mu clan's hero out. With a bit of strength, the people who went up to receive him were all sent flying. Right now, Lin Fei was fearless and not worried at all. Mu clan's hero, if you have the ability, then go for it. Don't play any tricks and turn yourself into a poisonous snake. Lin Fei laughed out loud. In the end, you're the only one left. All right, I almost forgot. You're a black bear, not a poisonous snake. From now on, you'll be called the Mu clan's black bear. Let's go. Black Lion could not help but laugh. Lin Fei's mouth was really vicious. A good name was turned into a black bear. It was estimated that this name would soon spread throughout all the barracks. Thinking about it carefully, the Mu clan's hero really looked like a black bear today. He was attacked and had no ability to fight back, and he was suppressed in front of them. Even if he was not a black bear, he was still a black bear. In such a large barracks, they could only watch the other party leave and did not dare to stop him. Lei Jun personally took action, and his face was covered with dust. Especially that divine sense attack. He was injured, and he could not speak of his bitterness. After they left, he glared at these incompetent guys and quickly left to go back to heal his injuries. Brother Lin, you were so impressive just now. On the way back, Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were full of admiration. They thought that after a month of life-and-death training, they had made great progress. Although there was some gap between them and Lin Fei, they did not expect that the gap would be so big. The important thing was that he could even block the attack of an individual immortal, which was really awesome. Lin Fei, this time you made a scene in the barracks in the Blackstone Fortress and suppressed the Mu clan's hero. You still didn't give Lei Jun face. You should be careful in the future. Lei Jun is not a person who can be negotiated with. Sooner or later, he will take revenge on you. Black Lion reminded him. He knew Lei Jun's temper better. Lin Fei said gratefully, I know. Thanks to your help, or I would be sad. Lin Fei was not worried that a tribulation individual immortal wanted to kill him. He was a tough person, and not everyone could bite him. Maybe he would break their teeth. Chapter 502. On a towering mountain, the white cold air was dense, and the huge rock turned into a pile of rubble in the minus hundreds of degrees Celsius. Icy Peak, outside the battlefield of the alien race, on a high vantage point. At this moment, there was a group of people standing on a tall mountain. They were wearing black battle armor to resist the cold air. With a glance, one could tell that the battle armor was extraordinary. Captain, the alien race is gathering. We can go back now. Soon, a black-clothed soldier ran up to report the situation. In front of the black-clothed soldier stood a young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were bright and shining, and the cold air of minus hundreds of degrees Celsius couldn't even get half an inch closer without wearing armor. Let's go back. This person was none other than Lin Fei, currently a captain with 50 soldiers under him. Today, he came to investigate the alien race's activities. It had been a few months since he broke into the army camp. Ever since Lin Fei came back that day, the higher-ups had appointed him as a captain, and no one dared to refute him. He had broken into the military camp under the Blackstone flag, hypnotized thousands of experts, and fought against the 8 major generals of the Thunder Army. For a time, Lin Fei's name was known to everyone. No one dared to say anything about a mere team leader. The alien race wave that happened once a year was about to appear again. Lin Fei came with his subordinates to investigate, and the alien race began to gather. The alien race wave was about to begin, and it would happen in a few days. As soon as he returned to the fort, Lin Fei ordered to disperse and went straight to another place. Mad Lion Commander, your elegance is not bad. Where did you get this from? Mad Lion was drinking, and when he heard this, he laughed. Xiao Fei, you came at the right time. Good wine. You won't be able to find it again. Lin Fei sat down without hesitation. Then, I really want to try it. It would be a waste not to try it. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. How could a commander and a squad leader be so close to each other? He picked up the cup and had a sip. Good stuff. It can strengthen the divine sense. It must have cost a lot, right? Lin Fei tasted the benefits. 50 million Zhen Yuan crystals. Amazing, a rich man. There were all kinds of good things on the alien front. As long as they had Zhen Yuan crystals, they could buy whatever they wanted. The only worry was that they couldn't afford it. One for you, one for me. More than half the bottle was gone. I can't drink with you anymore. Mad Lion's heart ached. If I drink it all in one go, I'll need to continuously refine it. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you need to refine it. Lin Fei did not need to refine fine wine that could strengthen one's spiritual sense. For a heavenly immortal's spiritual sense, such fine wine did not have much of an effect. Naturally, there was no need for him to refine it. Petty, Mad Lion didn't get angry. Anyone who meets a freak like you will have a headache. It's a pity that you won't always be at the front lines of the outsiders. Otherwise, you would definitely be a great commander. Great commander, let's forget about it. Lin Fei shook his head. I'd rather live a carefree life than be like this. Scheming all day long. It's not nice, and I don't like it. The attack of the outsiders is about to begin. You have to be careful. Commander Kwang Shi said, every year when the outsiders attack, many people die on our side. Lin Fei nodded. I got it. The alien races have started to gather. The vanguard has set off. In 4 or 5 days, a fierce battle will begin. Right, when the time comes, you have to be careful of Great Commander He Shi's people. Mad Lion reminded. As far as I know, they suffered a great loss last time. They won't let it go so easily. They will definitely take advantage of the large-scale attack of the outsiders to attack you. This is their only chance. After the attack ends, you will have to leave. They can't leave the front lines without permission. I knew they didn't have any good intentions. Lin Fei didn't care. If they dare to attack, I will dare to kill them. At this time, killing a few people shouldn't be a problem, right? Ever since he returned from the army camp, Lin Fei had been thinking about them. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't kill people, they would have died that day in the army camp. They secretly wanted to attack him, and in his heart, he couldn't wait for them to do so. This was the perfect time to kill them. Since he was certain that they wanted to attack him, Lin Fei wouldn't let them have an easy time. A few days later, the front lines of the outsiders were filled with a tense atmosphere. The army of the outsiders was about to arrive. What followed was a bloody war. Who knew how many people would die here? Woo 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 on this day, in the skies above the front lines of the outsiders, sharp sounds came wave after wave. Hearing this sound, everyone knew that the outsider army was about to attack. Since 100 years ago, the outsider army would attack once every year. So many outsiders. Looking down from the top of the fortress, one could see an endless black mass of outsiders, a huge pressure pressing down on one's face. Lin Fei also appeared on the city wall. Facing the vast and boundless outsiders' army, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. This was a truly grand scene. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong had already become Lin Fei's helpers a month ago. At this time, they were standing beside him. Look, the first vanguard has arrived. Zhang Yong's face was solemn, but there was also a hint of excitement. This kind of battle scene was something that one might not even see once in their lifetime. To be able to fight like this in one's life, one would never forget it for the rest of their lives. So many outsiders. This time, I can kill to my heart's content. Lin Fei licked his lips. This kind of opportunity was rare. Killing outsiders was experience, a huge amount of experience. On the outsiders' battlefront, large numbers of outsiders stood on the city wall, ready to attack and kill outsiders at any time. Kill. After the outsiders' vanguard was in position, they immediately started attacking. This was their habit. For our homes behind us, everyone kill. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the attack began. On the battlefront, waves of human warriors rushed towards non-humankind warriors. The boundless battlefront was instantly thrown into battle. Such a grand scene. Even Lin Fei was shocked. Just how huge was this outsiders? They launched attacks every year. How many outsiders warriors were going to die here? Kill yourselves. Lin Fei took the lead. With a wave of his hand, the outsiders in front of him killed themselves, turning into rolling experience points. Another few months passed. Lin Fei's mastery of spiritual sustenance had reached an extremely deep level. With one movement, one look, he could immediately hypnotize the enemy. Two late sages. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with the weaker outsiders. He let his subordinates deal with them, tempering himself between life and death. Humans, kill them. Two saints rushed up, one in front and one behind. Lin Fei was faster than them. He appeared in front of them and chopped down on their bodies, killing one saint. The other was stunned and was killed with a punch, turning into a bloody mist. Not satisfying, not satisfying. After killing the two Outlander warriors, Lin Fei targeted the other saint warriors to help his subordinates deal with the pressure. As long as they were saints, they would immediately become his targets. They would be killed the moment they attacked, and the Outlander saint warriors would not be able to retaliate. Captain is mighty. Captain is mighty. When his subordinates saw Lin Fei's bravery, their blood boiled. Their combat strength also increased, killing the enemies one by one. Usually, they suffered heavy losses, but today, no one was killed. Mad Lion, that fierce young man, could he be the Lin Fei who caused such a ruckus in the camp not long ago? The saints couldn't even take one move from him. He's a very savage person. In the sky, a group of warriors gathered together. These warriors were all brimming with killing intent. The battle armor they wore was also special, and it was obvious that it wasn't ordinary. To be able to wear such armor, almost all of them were at the commander level. White Fox, you can't have any ideas, Mad Lion reminded. Lin Fei is one of my subordinates. The ones gathered together were the 8 generals. The one who had just spoken to Mad Lion was White Fox. Lin Fei was below, killing the outsiders so savagely. When these generals saw this, they all revealed shocked expressions. White Fox said, "Look at how nervous you are. I was just joking. This Lin Fei, what background does he have? With his strength, he seems to have the qualifications to be a commander. He's just a squad leader. Aren't you being too stingy?" Another general said, "If he's one of my subordinates, being a platoon leader isn't a problem." Barbarian Tiger, you have the nerve to say that. What's a platoon leader? A platoon leader is a must. At this moment, a bald man said, "If it wasn't for Lin Fei's lack of experience, becoming a commander wouldn't be a problem. I heard that even Lei Jun couldn't do anything to this brat Lin Fei. He would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood." Which of these generals didn't have good eyesight? After seeing how tyrannical Lin Fei was, they immediately wanted to recruit him. Mad Lion was unhappy and said angrily, "Lin Fei is one of my subordinates. If any of you want to poach him, I'll fight with you." After arguing for a while, everyone changed the topic. This year's army seems to be different from the previous years. Do you feel it? White Fox's face was solemn. What's different? It's still the same as the previous years. No matter how many come, we'll kill them all. Barbarian Tiger was a hot-tempered person. It's not like we haven't met them before. As the 8 generals, they had killed countless outsiders, warriors, and experts, so they didn't really care about it. Mad Lion was usually more cautious. This year is indeed different. The strength of the vanguard is much stronger. In the past, they used cannon fodder to consume our strength. What are they planning? After saying that, everyone really found something different. This year's army was different. The first day of the battle ended quickly. The battlefield was full of outsiders' corpses. Lin Fei didn't come down from the city wall. Starting from the beginning of the outsiders' army, as a squad leader, he had to stand guard every day. There are so many experts on the first day. It seems that the real attack will come in the next few days. Lin Fei thought, "It's best if there are more experts. Then I can take the opportunity to refine a batch of outsiders' warriors." From other people's words, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the outsiders' army's attack. The first day was usually a test. In the next few days, the real experts would come. At that time, he could kill to his heart's content. Chapter 503. On the second day, the alien race army attacked again. Very soon, everyone found that the number of non-humankind species that the non-humankind army had put in this time was much higher than before. Rumble. At the back of the huge crowd of non-humankind warriors, a tens of thousands of meters long black beast appeared. When this gigantic beast appeared, the warriors on the battlefront were obviously stimulated. War beasts! Damn it, they've even raised a war beast. War beasts? Weren't they about to go extinct? When the war beasts appeared, everyone realized that this time the alien race army had sent out their top forces. When these war beasts appeared, their huge bodies swept across, and the line was torn apart. The tough defense made it hard for people to attack, and they kept pushing forward. It was Lin Fei's first time seeing war beasts. His powerful consciousness immediately determined that these aliens were very powerful, almost at the level of individual immortals. The appearance of the war beasts increased the strength of the alien warriors, greatly increasing their fighting power. Damn, this is cheating. Hundreds and thousands of war beasts. Lin Fei realized how terrifying they were. The alien warriors were body cultivators, and they couldn't be killed easily. On the human side, there were body cultivators and chi cultivators, but their fighting power was much weaker. To refine an outsider like this, that's definitely going to be awesome. Lin Fei didn't care about other alien races, but this war beast did. If he didn't take care of this war beast, it would definitely bring a lot of pressure. Lin Fei could clearly feel that there were casualties among his people. The alien warrior's strength had increased by at least 30 to 40%. In other words, the Profound Master Realm early stage was almost equivalent to the Profound Master Realm late stage. One could imagine that this kind of increase in attack power was not a good thing. They had to kill the war beasts. Before Lin Fei did anything, the 8 generals attacked. They were responsible for killing the strong warriors. When the war beasts appeared, they had to attack, or else the line would be torn apart. When the 8 generals attacked, Lin Fei was speechless. Luckily, there were many war beasts, and the 8 generals could only deal with a few. There were still war beasts moving. 5 thunders. The densely packed divine thunder instantly cleared out the space. He held the spear of punishment in his hand and stabbed towards the war beast. Roar. The war beast roared, and strange runes floated around its body, forming a layer of defense that blocked Lin Fei's attack. The runes separated from the war beast and formed a massive battle word that was filled with battle intent. Little Fei, this is the war ultimacy of the war beast. You can't take it head-on. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to attack, Guangshi hurriedly reminded him, afraid that he would fall into a trap. After all, the attack of the war beast was extremely terrifying. Even if they were loose immortals, they wouldn't be able to deal with it easily. Profound of war? This was Lin Fei's first time encountering such a strange word attack, yet it was able to block his divine art. I have to trap myself. A battle aura that could battle the heavens and the earth rushed forth, wanting to crush Lin Fei. Space was rapidly compressed, and cracks appeared everywhere. What a powerful war ultimacy. Fortunately, my body is strong. Lin Fei realized just how terrifying the profound meaning of war was. No wonder even a loose immortal like Mad Lion had to warn him. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer greatly. Spiritual sustenance. After attacking for a while, Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill this war beast from the outside. He had to change his method. The war beast slowed down, and the revolving words around it also slowed down. Great slicing art. Voila! A hole rapidly appeared on the body of the war beast. For such a huge body, this was just a small wound. What a powerful defense. Even an Imperial Realm expert would be killed by a single slash, yet the war beast could block it. It's just a small injury. Lin Fei was shocked. Its defense was even stronger than the wandering terrorbug. Not easy to kill, not easy to kill. Lin Fei realized how difficult it was to kill the war beast. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to kill it for now. However, Lin Fei was very unhappy that he couldn't kill the war beast. If he refined this alien race, even 10 Imperial Realm experts might not be able to compare to him. Little Fei, the war beast, isn't easy to kill. You hold it back first. We will attack together later. Mad Lion guessed that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to kill the war beast. In order to kill the war beast, they needed the 8 generals to work together. Lin Fei didn't want to miss this opportunity. The defense outside is strong. Why don't I attack from the inside? Looking at the exposed wound, Lin Fei thought of an idea. Swish! Lin Fei used another hypnosis. In just a breath's time, the war beast recovered and didn't seem to notice that someone had entered. The war beast was tens of thousands of feet long, and the space inside was huge. What a strange war beast. There are actually words inside. Inside, there were the same words. Lin Fei instantly felt that it was extraordinary. It seemed like these words weren't innate, but were formed after birth. It was because of these ancient words that the war beast's defense was so terrifying. Great slicing art. Lin Fei attacked from the inside. The moment he attacked, the ancient words spun and produced a strange energy. He couldn't hurt the war beast at all. Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect this to happen. This didn't make sense. Attacking from the inside wasn't as effective as attacking from the outside. For the first time, Lin Fei felt helpless against an alien race. What are these ancient words? Why can they release such powerful energy? They can even block the tyrannical attacks of the 3,000 immortal arts. He used his powerful divine sense to check, but still couldn't see anything. It was like a wordless heavenly book. Heaven and earth smelt, refine at full power. If the 3,000 immortal arts couldn't do it, then I don't believe that a godly spirit's secret art can't either. If it was outside, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to reveal the existence of this secret art. But inside the war beast's body, everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about, and he didn't need to worry about others finding out. The moment this secret art was activated, the ancient words started to fight against each other, forming 2 forces. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Could this not work? That war beast was invincible. A few breaths later, the power of the ancient words weakened. Lin Fei could clearly see that it was being absorbed, and the power of the ancient words was also weakening. Luckily, this godly spirit martial art didn't disappoint me. As the war beast's power dissipated, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. If this didn't work, then this martial art was too useless. He might as well not learn it at all. What a powerful force! The moment the heaven and earth smelt was activated, it gained the upper hand and continued to refine the war beast. Wave after wave of energy entered Lin Fei's body, causing him to squint his eyes. What's wrong with the war beast below? Quangshi took a look and saw that the war beast was lying on the ground. Its life force was weakening. He couldn't help but get a shock. He looked around but couldn't see Lin Fei's shadow. It couldn't be that he did it, right? A question popped up in his mind. So satisfying, so satisfying. As the energy was absorbed, Lin Fei waved his hand and the ancient words landed on his palm. After looking at it for a while, he finally recognized that it was the word battle. What the hell is going on? The word battle was no different from normal words and didn't contain any energy. But just now, he could clearly feel that this word was extraordinary. There must be a secret to this word. Keep it first. Maybe Black Demon will know. The heaven and earth smelt, refined the war beast for about 20 breaths before stopping. Lin Fei kept it and knew that this war beast wasn't far from death. Boom! Sword chi burst out from Lin Fei's body. Sword light, that was hundreds of feet long, rushed out in all directions and instantly tore the war beast into pieces. Then he rushed out. He didn't plan to leave any traces. If he had to explain, Lin Fei really didn't know how to explain. He might as well just destroy the war beast. A war beast is equivalent to 10 emperor-level elites. They're truly a powerful race. Lin Fei felt as if he had drunk a mouthful of honey. It was all thanks to the heaven and earth furnace that he had learned. You actually killed the war beast. Quangshi rushed down and was dumbfounded. They had worked so hard to kill the war beast, but Lin Fei had killed one alone. I was just lucky. Lin Fei was afraid of being suspicious and explained, the war beast's defense is very strong. I used one of the 3,000 immortal arts to break through its defense and entered the war beast. Only then did I kill it. What? You can break through its defense? The war beast's defense was something that even loose immortals like them couldn't break. They killed the war beast with pure strength. I know the 3,000 immortal arts. Great slicing art. Huh. The heavens are really helping me. Quangshi was excited. Follow me. After killing the war beast here, the foreign races quickly suffered after losing the war beast's buff. Lin Fei didn't know what was going on, but he still followed. He saw the other 7 generals, and Quangshi explained the situation. These generals were suspicious at first, but when they saw the dead war beast, they couldn't believe that Lin Fei had the strength to do so. You can break through the war beast's defense. Then, we will help you attract its attention. It will be easier to kill it. Lin Fei immediately understood what they meant. They wanted him to enter the war beast's body and kill it. He was overjoyed. Whatever he wanted, he agreed. Just now, Lin Fei had used a lot of true yuan to kill the war beast. If someone helped, the situation would be much simpler. Lin Fei wasn't going to miss this opportunity to refine the war beast. After tearing apart the war beast's defenses with great incision right in front of them, they finally believed him. Their gazes on Lin Fei were clearly much better, as if they were looking at him in the same light. If it was before, they might not think much of it. How could the war beast's defense be torn apart by Lin Fei? But now, they had to admit that Lin Fei had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with them, especially since he cultivated the 3,000 immortal arts. Under their control, Lin Fei was able to refine the second war beast much more easily than before. It was equivalent to refining another 10 emperors. Lin Fei was also able to suppress the quintessential essence fluctuations so that no one could sense it.